thank you for joining us for the final in our regional webinar series this year, the Southeast region. We're very excited to have brought to you all the regional webinars, and we are happy to get to the final one, definitely one of the great ones as well, which has many great opportunities for training and learning and a lot of fun. And we're going to hear all about the Southeast region today. My name is Chamaka Wachoko. My pronouns are she and her. I'm a Nigerian international medical graduate from the University of Lagos, and I'm also a junior clinical fellow at King's College Hospitals in London. I serve as one of the co-directors for FuturePedsRes.
And my name's Amy Lorber. My pronouns are she, her, and I am currently a fourth-year medical student at Western Michigan University in Kalamazoo, Michigan, and I am also serving as one of the co-directors this year. All right, go for it.
As always, we would like to highlight the founders of FuturePedsRes, who are now second-year pediatric interns, Michaela and Nick. We would also like to acknowledge Dr. Frona, Department Chair at CAMC West Virginia University, Charleston Division, and APPD member, as well as Colin Hughes, Associate Executive Director for APPD. They have been invaluable in planning these events. We would also like to acknowledge Dr. Patricia Poitvian and Dr. Megan Aylaw, President and President-elect of the APPD respectively, as well as Dr. Ross Myers, who is here from the APPD and would like to invite him to please say a few words, and then we go on to the rest of the webinar.
Thank you so much, and a huge thank you to our partners at FuturePedsRes. It's been so wonderful working with this group over the last few years. You know, as many of you already know, pediatrics is an amazing field, and the Association of Pediatric Program Directors is here to help you throughout the entirety of your career. I think these webinars to help the students better understand the match process and get a little bit of a more in-depth glimpse into who these programs are and what they have to offer has been wonderful for both sides of the matching coin, for both programs and for applicants. And so, you know, thank you all for joining today. A huge thank you to the FuturePedsRes group. And it's wonderful to see so many of your faces as I go through my Zoom screen. So have a wonderful time tonight, learn a lot, ask a lot of questions. And the leadership from APPD is here to help you with any questions that you have. So thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you so much. We appreciate the APPD greatly. These events would not happen without you guys. So much appreciated. All right. And we'd also like to take a moment to thank the Council on Medical Student Education in Pediatrics. So a lot of our program or course directors and a lot of the educators in pediatrics are part of this organization, and we invite them to say a brief comment if anyone's here. I'm not totally sure if we have anyone from Concept tonight.
Yeah, I think we have, I'm on here, and I think Amy Creel is on here as well. So welcome, I'm April Buchanan. I am the current president of Concept. I'm also a Southeast region individual, and then I'm at the University of South Carolina School of Medicine in Greenville and Prisma Health. But really, I'd just like to say on behalf of Concept that we are the educators of your clerkships and your post-clerkship time. Many of us serve as career advisors throughout this process as you go through the match. So that's really who our group represents. And we enjoy working with APPD as well as the FuturePedsRes group to provide information that will help you through this process, because we all want you to have a successful match. So welcome tonight. Again, we're here to support, and you have many representatives of Concept, hopefully at your home institutions.
Perfect. Thank you so much. All right. And now it's our pleasure to introduce you all to our Assistant Director of Webinars, Alyssa Ryan, and we will move into the Southeast Regional part of the event, the star of the show.
Thank you so much, Amy. Hi, everyone. My name is Alyssa. I am a fourth-year medical student at Philadelphia College of Osteopathic Medicine. I've had the amazing privilege of getting to help organize this webinar. And we're so excited to have everyone here at the Southeast Regional Webinar. We're grateful to all the program directors and assistants, as well as the coordinators and residents who've taken the time out to be with us tonight. We really appreciate it. So this is going to be our schedule for tonight, and here are the series goals. So we want to be able to provide pediatric residency applicants with foundational knowledge surrounding the virtual interview season, well-rounded insight into the benefits of programs by region, and devoted time for live Q&A. And so this is our schedule for tonight. And before we move on, we're going to have a brief overview of the Southeast region and all it has to offer from APPD leadership.
Hi, good night, everyone. My name is Inga Aikman. I am an Associate Program Director at East Carolina University in Greenville, North Carolina, and also serve as the chair of the APPD Southeast region. Joining us this evening is also Dr. Bindia Baga, who is the immediate past chair of the APPD Southeast region. And we're really excited to be able to give you a brief overview of what it's like working and living in the Southeast as a medical professional. So just, we could advance to the next slide, please. And to the next slide, I'm sorry. So we've done our introduction, so we could skip these two. But just to give you an overview of where the Southeast region is or what states it encapsulates, we kind of start in Louisiana, make our way all the way to the east, all the way to Puerto Rico, which is great. We enjoy having all of these states represented in our region. Could go to the next slide. It's really hard to encapsulate in 2 or 3 minutes why we love working in this region, but just to highlight some of the wonderful aspects of Southern hospitality as someone who trained both in the Northeast and the Midwest. I can attest to Southern hospitality being a real thing and making you feel welcome. We have an incredibly diverse patient population in the Southeast. And so as trainees, you'll have the opportunity to work with patients from many different backgrounds, not just culturally and ethnically, but socioeconomically, members of the LGBTQ community as well. So we really are fortunate to have a diverse patient population to learn from in this region. One of the highlights, I think one of the things that sets us apart is definitely cost of living. Many residents are able to afford owning a home on a resident salary in this region. And so cost of living is definitely a perk to being in the Southeast. There is a range of landscape and things to do outdoors. We have more temperate climate than some of our colleagues in the Northeast especially. And so you can enjoy whether it's being in the mountains or on the beach for most of the year. And a plug for the amazing food and culture that you'll experience here as well. A picture of chicken and waffles doesn't really encapsulate all of the wonderful cuisine that's available here in culture when it comes to music and the arts. So it's definitely a wonderful place to live and work. And we can move on to the next slide, please. So what will your training look like in this region? Like many other areas of the country, there are a variety of programs in both urban and rural locations, and you will get good training to be a wonderful general pediatrician, but also building the skills to move on to subspecialty pediatrics if that is what you desire. The programs also have a strong background in providing you with resources to do research and QI work and advocacy initiatives. And really, I think, especially for a patient population, we have an opportunity to serve the underserved in this region. And many of our centers are large catchment areas for patients that live in more rural vicinities. And so just in terms of patient volume, you'll be able to see a lot. And even though we focus a lot on our community, there is also a lot of opportunity for global health experiences in many of our programs. We can move on to the next slide. In terms of our residents, one of the things that I enjoy about working in my program is that I get to work with residents not only from our region, but across the country and around the world. And I'm sure many of our program directors and APDs at other institutions will say the same. I've been struck by just the compassion and caring nature of the residents that we get to work with year after year. And many of them can go on, go on to do whatever they desire post-graduation, whether that's working in general pediatrics or being competitive in the fellowship match and participating in global health experiences as well. So I think that is all that we have for you. Best of luck to you in your process of interviews. We look forward to speaking with many of you on the interview trail in the next few months. Thanks.
All right, everyone. So we're going to be transitioning to our breakout rooms shortly. In each room, applicants are going to be able to learn some of the programs and then ask questions near the end. All of the breakout rooms are going to be recorded. So if you're interested in learning about any other program that might not be in your room, you can also check out our YouTube page later for the recordings to learn about those rooms. After that, we're going to meet back here and move to our resident happy hour. So during the resident happy hour, there will be residents and applicants in the breakout rooms to connect and discuss and get more firsthand information about our various programs. So feel free to grab a drink or a snack or some fun conversations, and note that that portion will not be recorded. Okay, so we are now going to head into our breakout rooms. And as a reminder, throughout the webinar, you can ask questions using the chat box on Zoom, and then you can also amplify anything you want using the hashtag FPRWebinar on Twitter and hashtag PeaceMatch23. We encourage that. So I would like to now introduce our participating programs for tonight. And here are all of them in all of their glory. We're so excited for the Southeast, and we're so excited to introduce these programs to you. And please wait momentarily as we're going to ensure everyone is invited into the appropriate breakout room.
Program Director at Niklaus Children's Hospital. And as you can see in the infographic, I'm not going to go through all of the bullet points, but we are located in Miami, Florida. We're the only freestanding children's hospital in South Florida, a 309-bed hospital, level 1 trauma. I think one of the great things about being a freestanding children's hospital is everybody under the roof is all about pediatrics. We have over 40 pediatric subspecialties represented in our institution. And as has already been mentioned, I think in the Southeast region and certainly in Miami, if you're not familiar with us as a city, it's a very multicultural, very diverse patient population. And our reach is very broad, not just from across the state and across the country, but we have a large global reach as well with patients that are coming to us from the Caribbean, Central and South America. So we really do get a chance to treat patients and families from really across the world. It is also a very underserved patient population. We have about a 70% Medicaid population in our hospital. And I think one of the great things about our hospital is that you really get to see a whole broad spectrum of pediatrics, from primary care to really complicated, more complex cases, bread and butter cases, as well as unique, more rare pathologies. So regardless, I think, of what our residents' career interests are, you really do get a chance to be exposed to all of the areas of pediatrics. We're the largest program in the state. We have 84 residents. So we have 28 residents per year, as well as 2 chiefs. We have various pediatric subspecialty fellowships in our institution as well, including adolescent medicine, cardio, PICU, ER, GI, hospital medicine, allergy, immunology, and a brand new HEMONC fellowship opening up in 2023. And of course, I think the one thing that we're very proud of is the family feeling that we have in the hospital, despite the fact that it's a larger program and a larger institution. Everyone there is pediatrics. We're the only core program in the hospital, so everyone knows each other really well. The attendings are very approachable, and so you really do have a very close-knit family feeling, despite the size, one might think. As you see some of our curriculum details, we have over 50 electives to choose from, various tracks depending on your different career interests as well. We also do have dedicated ambulatory pediatrics curriculums, as was mentioned, QI, SimLab, research opportunities. One of the nice things I think also about our program is the fact that the residents really take an active role in leading a lot of our initiatives. We have various resident-led committees, including scholarship, including advocacy, our DEI champions who represent our residency program and our GME department in our larger DEI champion institutional group. They lead not just our educational activities, but spearhead also various advocacy and service activities that are really aimed towards reaching out to underserved and underrepresented populations, particularly children who might be interested in STEM careers in the future. And again, if you're not familiar with Miami, it is a fantastic place to live. It's terrific weather, lots of outdoor sports and outdoor activities, a lot of cultural events, sporting events, amazing food, amazing restaurants, always something to do. So I think it's a great place to train, not just as a city, but in terms of our institution. I think we have something for everyone, no matter what your career interests might be. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you guys might have in the Q&A session. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Now I believe we have another member of FPR who's gonna help me hosting this breakout room. Zach, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah.
Thanks, Carol. Okay, and now we have for our next program, we're going to be transitioning into the University of Florida, Gainesville.
All right, hello everybody. I'm Nicole Paradise Black and I am the Residency Program Director in Gainesville. I have a lot to say about our program, but I'll try and be really quick. I actually have our Chief Resident here to speak a little bit too, so I won't take up too much of her time, but I just want to let everybody know this is our third virtual season. If anybody's worried, nervous, I promise you it goes really, really well. We've been really happy with everybody that's come to us and likewise, they're happy being here. So, you know, even with the signaling this year, it's new to us too. So please just don't worry about it. It's all going to be okay. You're going to find the right home for you. You know, the things I love about UF is really, we come together and make things better. Obviously, the past couple of years have been challenging in so many different ways. You know, life and everything that's going on around has really put us in some places that have had to, you know, we've had to work together to really figure out how we can do better. And so, you know, I know at least at UF, we've done a lot of self-reflection, especially in the areas of social justice and anti-racism, and we're making changes and we're seeing better outcomes and things like that. So I just, I really appreciate that about UF and the residents that are with us and the administration and the faculty around us. So a couple of things other things I want to tell you about UF. I obviously love our residents. They're amazing. My goal is to find good people. I just want good people who are going to be there for each other, who are going to be there for the patients. And we really have that vibe here at UF. They're also amazing at rising to challenges because obviously we've had a lot of them in the past couple of years. And really they've been a great crew to be with and work with. So I'm super proud of them. I think we have a great clinical education. We are a quaternary care referral center. We have loads of patients come to us. We see awesome bread and butter, but we also see a lot of really great ZEBAs as well. We also have a really strong advocacy program. You can see we've had 10 catch grants in the past 10 years. We have some really unique learning environments like pediatric after hours, where you get to work with all the kids in the city, as well as all the pediatricians in the city. I feel very strongly that education is valued here at UF. I've always felt supported in the things I wanted to do. So I've been able to be really creative, or my team's been able to be really creative. And so I'm super proud of that and really appreciate the support that's around us. Our program likes to be individualized as best as we can. So the tracks are a really good example of that, but we do a lot of different things when it comes to individualization. I find that very important in learning. And Gainesville is a great city. You know, I'm from New York. I lived in DC. I've lived in Portland, Maine. I've been here for, is it 17 years now? 17 years. And it's really just an amazing city. You could be outdoors all year round. There's cultural events, sporting events, pretty much everything you could want to do, you can do it here. So if we have any time left, Savannah, our wonderful chief resident, do you want to just say a word or two?
Sure. Hi, everybody. Thanks for having us here tonight. I agree with Dr. Black. You know, I'm originally from New Mexico, so I didn't grow up in the Southeast and go to medical school here. And it's been a really great experience the last 3 years, and now going into my chief year. I really love Gainesville because it's a college town, so there's always something going on, but it's also a really great family town. So, you know, people with young kids or families, you know, it's a great place to be as well. And we're really close to big cities like Orlando and Jacksonville, Tampa. So if you want to go to any of those bigger cities for the weekend or for even just a day, you know, you can easily do that. And as far as our program goes, I agree with Dr. Black again. Like I found that this program was able to give me a lot of individualization in my education and help me to build skills and get more experiences in education that will lend itself well to my future career. I'm planning to go to outpatient gen peds with an emphasis in public health. And so I was able to really, you know, participate in our public health track and take classes at our graduate school here during my residency, which I found really unique for our program. And, you know, people can kind of mix and match everything a little bit too. So if you're planning to go into fellowship, but also have a passion for global health or public health or something like that, you can do everything here pretty much. You can kind of take little bits of each track and make it into your own, you know, educational curriculum. And it's really easy to find mentors who are open to helping you with whatever your goals are. So whatever you envision for your future career, you can definitely build the skills and get the experiences here. Yeah, that's pretty much it. We're a big old family here too. So I think
Savannah's adding a new baby to our family in September. We're very excited.
Yes, that's right. So, but I think you'll find that with most PEDS programs, we're all just one big family.
Thank you so much and congrats. So now we have Our Lady of the Lake program. Is anybody from Our Lady of the Lake?
Yes, can you hear me? I'm sorry, I'm having some technical issues.
No, you're perfect.
Okay. Welcome everyone. Can you see my video? It's just not showing up on my phone. I'm sorry, I'm having lots of glitches.
Yeah, we can see
Okay.
you, but I'm sharing the screen in case you need it.
Okay, thank you. So my name's Melissa Roy. I'm the residency program director at Our Lady of the Lake, which is located in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, so the capital for the state. We are a medium-sized program, so we have 12 residents per year. We have 2 chief residents that are fourth-year chief residents as well. We are a community-based program. We are also part of what's called an independent academic medical center, which just means that we're not directly under the umbrella of a medical school, but we function as a full academic center. There are about a dozen other residency programs at Our Lady of the Lake. So when you're doing your various rotations, you're going to get to interact with residents from all of the other programs. When you're in the ED, you'll have ED residents with you. The ED residents also rotate with you in the PICU, family medicine, derm, psych, etc. We also have a medical school branch campus on Our Lady of the Lakes campus, which means that we have LSU students do their entire third year with us, as well as Tulane students from Tulane School of Medicine do their third year rotations with us. So that means our residents are always working within teams of multiple levels of learners and having that opportunity to teach third year students as well as fourth year visiting students from across the country. A couple years ago, we celebrated an exciting milestone when we moved into our beautiful freestanding children's hospital. So it's been wonderful for our residents to kind of have their own house. The hospital is just a beautiful place to work each day. And it's wonderful that we've been able to continue to grow and every year add on more and more subspecialists. So we're able to offer our residents all of the various subspecialty rotations. We have a very strong inpatient unit, PICU, PTD, NICU, etc. So our residents really get to see all the bread and butter, but we also take care of a lot of various pathology and a lot of zebras, as somebody else had mentioned too. We also have a very strong primary care program. So our interns have the opportunity, after being interns for a couple of months, to apply for our primary care program, which has its own opportunities with different primary care journal clubs, being at a different setting for your continuity clinic and being paired up with a primary care community preceptor. So lots of different opportunities. We're all about making things individualized and making sure that each resident is very supported and that each resident has the opportunity to explore all of the things that they feel like they need to be exposed to during what can be a pretty fast 3 years before you're flying the nest and going into fellowship or into your first primary care job. I also have Dr. Kush Parikh, who is one of our pediatric cardiologists with us. If she would like to say some things
Sure.
about the program as well.
Yeah. So just like you have mentioned, most PEDS programs are a very family friendly and very close knit, and ours is no different. I think we take pride in the relationship that our residents have with the faculty, especially since we don't have fellows. And so there's a lot of one-on-one time with the faculty. Our faculty, and they're very committed towards mentoring, supporting the residents. They get to do procedures, work alongside our attendings with research projects. And I think like our program leadership is also very receptive in the sense that they value the residents' voice. They want to hear feedback and are happy to make changes to keep building the program, improving the program. We nurture the residents to develop as a team member, as an individual practitioner. We also integrate like team building, team-based skills. We have a lot of simulations, outpatient, inpatient simulations, along with a professional growth through mentorship, research, individualized curriculums. We are a faith-based and a community-based program and promote serving those most in need and advocating for our children. Our pediatric research director is here to support resident research projects. We have a robust QI curriculum. We also have a really good global health curriculum, and our global health director will work with you to arrange your ideal global health experience. And finally, I just want to say that, yes, it's a difficult time. It's a hard decision to make, to narrow down and list the residency programs you plan to apply to. But we encourage you all to take a look at our website to learn more about our individualized curriculums, our global health opportunities, research, quality improvements, and other opportunities so that y'all can grow as a doctor, as a leader, and as an advocate for our patients. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So we're going to introduce our next program, Medical University of South Carolina.
Great, thanks so much. Hey, everybody. So I am David Mills. I'm the program director at MUSC, and I started at MUSC all the way back in 2005 when I was an intern there, and I'm the program director now, going on my 4th year. So it's been quite the journey. It's been a ton of fun, and I echo what some of the other PDs here said. I hope everybody embraces this as the true, wonderful opportunity that it is for all of you to check out different programs across the country, have fun with this whole virtual process. How cool is it that right now there's 56 of us all at our homes from around the country, just zooming in together. A handful of things about our program, and then I'm going to punt over to one of my associate program directors. But so we are located in Charleston, South Carolina, and we're a large quaternary referral center. We actually have 2 relatively new facilities. So our Sean Jenkins Children's Hospital is a freestanding children's hospital that opened in 2020, state of the art. We're lucky to have it. It's beautiful. And we also have a new outpatient ambulatory center specific to pediatrics in North Charleston, just about 10 minutes up the road. If you haven't been to Charleston before, it's really a beautiful place to live. I don't know how all these awards have been given over the years. Take it for what it's worth, but Travel and Leisure and like Condé Nast Traveler say we're the best city in the US. I don't know, I think I just voted for that, but a lot of people love Charleston, so I hope that speaks to the city itself. You could probably flip to the next slide for me. So we have both a categorical pediatrics program that takes 14 categorical peds residents per year, and we also have a separate primary care pediatrics program that takes 3 per year. And we're really proud that, typically on a normal year, half of our residents go into fellowship and half go into primary care. We have a lot of fellowship opportunities at MUSC. We're really lucky. And we also, as some of the other programs have mentioned, we also have some optional tracks that you can join. We have tracks in global health, at which you will get an international experience, typically in your third year, a medical education track with which you can get a certificate in education if you complete it. And then we just started a advocacy track literally a month ago. So a lot of exciting opportunities for you to help grow with your career development. We have very focused curricula in different areas. Scholarly activity, advocacy are some of the ones that we're the most proud of. And we last year started an annual 2-week pediatrics medical education symposium, which is really fun. Gives everybody a chance to work on their teaching skills, kind of hone those skills, but also learn from experts as well. From a diversity perspective, I'm excited to say that one of our newest associate program directors is Dr. Malika Gilbert, and she's actually the assistant dean for resident faculty inclusion at the College of Medicine, and she has been really instrumental at enhancing a lot of our diversity efforts. We have an annual advocacy lecture series that's kind of focused on health equity and community advocacy as well. So for now, I'm going to pause and I'm going to turn things over to Dr. Rachel Zwigorn, who's one of our APDs, but who heads up our primary care program. Rachel?
Hey guys, I'm Rachel. Happy Thursday. We call it Friday Eve around here, so happy Friday Eve. I work with our primary care program, and I think it's really amazing. It's a freestanding program. It's a separate ARIS application, and I'll skip a lot of the details. We can talk about that later if that's something y'all are interested in. But essentially, our primary care residents do a lot more outpatient pediatrics in the community during residency. And we have a separate didactic curriculum that augments the categorical curriculum. So our primary care residents get all the same didactics as the categorical residents. And then we do some extra things on the side to really help residents who are passionate about primary care get to the top of their game, to really learn what it means to be community engaged and to just really challenge themselves to take that idea of being a primary care provider to the next level. And Charleston's awesome. So that's my spiel. I'm so glad y'all are here. Nice to see you.
Yeah, thanks guys. Check out our Instagram page or come to our website. Hope to see a lot of you in the coming months.
Thank you, Dr. Mills. And now we have University of Miami-Jackson Health System.
Yeah, that's me. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, okay. So hello, everybody. I'm Monica Alba. I am the program director for our program. We are located in Miami, vibrant Miami. I will be focusing on what's kind of the unique aspects of our program. I think that what makes us who we are is the fact that we are the largest safety net hospital in the state and one of the largest in the country. What it means for our patients is access to healthcare. We are the place that offer access to healthcare from just the visit in the office or in the van, it's a program that actually goes out in the community to look for those patients that cannot access the healthcare, to even have quaternary care, including transplant if needed. We are the home for the Miami Transplant Institute, so you can have from the office to the highest complex care with us. And this would be for everybody, all populations, but of course, including the underserved population that in Miami is a big portion. We are very proud of that. It also means for us that we have a diverse population. You name it, we have it. We see all patients, not only from the state, we are referral actually in the city for the transplant programs that we have in the state and internationally. So we do have a very a range of patients from all cultures, religions, orientations, languages that are welcome in our program. And it really spearheads who we are and defines what we do and how we do it. Diversity in our program is not just about the patients, it's also about the faculty and residents and nurses. If you go in our website, you can see our faces were pretty much all over the place. Diversity for us is defined beyond borders. We have a large international community in Miami, and so the faculty also reflects that, our nursing, so we're really a melting pot in the program. Now, being the largest safety net hospital and system, also kind of goes along with resonates with our mission. Our mission is to create long-lasting positive impact in the communities. And when I say communities, I say patients, residents, students. We are joined or married with the University of Miami, one of the largest universities as well. So we really are diverse in all domains and with the purpose of creating long-lasting positive change. In order to achieve that, not only, you know, for where we are and how we do it, we do support our residents through our mentorship program. For us, it's the heart of the program to have this network around the residents. As every large program, we do have all the teaching aspects or the conferences, curriculums, tracks, electives, 9 fellowships in-house. We can have global health. We are part of Jackson system. So if we don't have a track, we can combine the track with the adult mentoring, with the pediatric mentoring. So we really are beyond our own capacity for outreach and everything else. So that's how we do it. We do individualized curriculums, taking advantage of all of the resources that are with us through Jackson and to the University of Miami. We do, that's why I believe the mentorship program is so important, because as we all know, life does not stop in residency. It actually sometimes gets more complicated. And it's all about, our goal is actually to help you grow as the best pediatrician you can be. And for everybody that means something different. And some of them want to go fellowship. Some people want to be primary care. Some people want to be global health. Some people want to develop in something very different. And we are ready to take on the challenge to grow each of you into what you want to be and be your best. I agree with Dr. Nicole Black that our main purpose is also looking for good people. Having a good group of people working together, I think, is a blessing. I think this is what our residents have. And I think that's why they look happy, even though I know they work very hard, because our residents are elemental in everything we do. Even though we have 9 fellowships, our residents are the main driving, taking care in the floors, in the ICUs. So they're elemental in taking care of these patients. I do have my chief resident, Katie. Just keep it short so we don't go over the 5 minutes.
Sure. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having us. I'm Katie Cohen. I'm one of the chief residents at Jackson. And I just want to echo what Dr. Alba said, which is Miami is an incredible place if you haven't been. I'm personally from Massachusetts. I lived in Washington, D.C. And when I visited Miami, I just fell in love with it. Not only for the sunshine and amazing weather, but as Dr. Alba mentioned, the diversity in Miami in general is just unlike anywhere I've experienced before. And I think Jackson itself is very reflective of that, not only with our patient population, but also with our residents. My co-residents are from all over the world. I can't tell you all how much I've learned just from being exposed to so many different people and so many cultures and life experiences. And I think that's what makes Jackson a great program. But thank you so much for having us.
Thank you, everybody, for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Alba. Thank you, Dr. Cohen. And thank you to all the program directors and residents and applicants and everyone who's here today to make these sessions a reality. Just from Kara, myself, and on behalf of the whole FuturePedsRes team, HPD, we're so excited for this session and this season. So now we're going to transition into a Q&A. So please feel free, applicants, to unmute and ask questions. They can be general and then program leadership if you feel comfortable unmuting and responding to these questions. And also, if you'd like to use the chat box too, that is also perfectly fine. And we have some pre-made questions as well if no one feels comfortable.
But go for it, guys. This is the time that we have program directors here. So this is the time. If you have any questions, go for it. Don't be ashamed. We are practicing for our interviews right now. So yeah, we have one question in the chat box. It says, is UF Jacksonville linked with UF Gainesville?
So I'll answer that because I thought Aisha was here, but she's not. She's in a different room. So we we all are the same health system, but they actually are their own educational institution from a GME perspective, and they may start having a satellite campus for the undergrad part too for the med students. So we are linked from a, like I said, a clinical perspective, but not from an educational perspective. But we still do think we all love each other. I mean, I'm like so happy to see Beatrice and Monica and everybody else on here. So we're all still connected from a higher level education standpoint.
Thank you. If anyone has any other question. Good, Rosie, you got your answer. So now I would like to ask something for the program directors.
Caroline,
how can you assure the wellness of your residents?
I can take that if you're okay. So, as I said, I think that there are systematic things that we can do, like wellness days, mini retreats. We do have employee assistance program that can be deployed right on site for a particular person or for a group of people. We have done that in different times through crises, like the crisis with Mr. Floyd, the crisis of Venezuela, Syria, the Ukrainian war. So our residents are all over the place, and we do take care of people, and people get stressed for different reasons. Now, the other way that we do that is actually taking care of at the personal level, offering the open door policy, not only with me, chiefs, APDs, and honestly, or our faculty serve as mentors and coaches of our residents. So we really keep a pulse on them at all times. And, I think every program director would agree that having compliance with our regulations, patient load, not writing, and making the systems efficient is another way to keep wellness and the program and the residents.
And I would just add the foundation of our wellness program is really, I kind of use a public health perspective of primary prevention. So I have a big focus on community autonomy and purpose. So a lot of the activities we do, the systems we set up, really promote those three ideas. Because if you have those things, then you tend to not get to the other end of the spectrum where you are in crisis, but obviously there's things that come up that you just can't help. And we have very similar systems in place too. But I feel very strongly about really building the foundation of community autonomy and purpose.
Thank you for, oh, sorry, Carol, go ahead.
Thank you. I think we have people that raise their hands. If you wanna unmute yourself, Jose. Can you or not? Yeah, good.
Yes. Okay, well, first, I wanted to thank you for this opportunity. My name is Jose. I am an international medical graduate from Colombia. And my question for the program director is, you all have said that in Florida, you have a lot of background as well in other states. So how the program does to manage these different backgrounds from the patient? Like, for example, if they speak different languages, the residents can interact with them in their own language. For example, in my case, I speak Spanish, or in other case in another language. So how can a resident interact with this different background from the patient? That's my question. Thank you very much.
Hi, this is Beatrice from Niklaus Children's again, if nobody else wanted to jump in. But I do agree with you that Miami is a very multicultural city, so we definitely have patients coming to us from all different backgrounds. And we have a lot of resources within our hospital, whether it's through translation services. We actually have a global health office as well, where we can really utilize them as a resource if there's anybody from a particular country that has special needs, and they also can facilitate with translation services as well. So it's never should be like a hindrance to be able to connect with our patients and families. So even when we want to conduct like rounds, patient family-centered rounds, we want to make sure that we can include our families in the discussion and make sure that we're all on the same page. So we definitely utilize a lot of those resources so that we can make that happen.
Yeah, I think, that aspect has different layer of answers, but I guess the more practical one is the translation services that are 24/7. It used to be in person, now it's actually over Zoom, and it makes it much more available for us and for the patient. So when we round, we make sure that we have those translators on wheels. Absolutely. When it's family meetings, it's the same thing. And if we have members of the team that speak the languages, they do not serve us as translators, but they do help us to understand the views of the family. So it's very well integrated, as we said, because we're so diverse. It's part of what we do. It's part of how we have to approach the families. Actually, we have been developing a curriculum, to boost the cultural awareness, because that's where it's rooted, right? How we treat different cultures and how we're respectful to each other into the curriculum.
I would agree. It's so important that our students and our residents are learning about cultural competency and cultural awareness. And so it's wonderful. I also very much appreciate, as a hospitalist, how easy the translation services have now become compared to a few years ago, because it makes a huge difference to have easy accessibility to keeping a translator line, a translator iPad in the rooms for the patients. But there's so many different layers to making sure that families truly feel heard and comfortable with their plans of care. And so that's something that we also incorporate into our didactics and certainly talk about in both the inpatient and outpatient settings.
Thank you for the thoughtful answers, and especially considering how pediatrics is so ingrained in the community. It's amazing to see how programs are doing so many things for outreach. And so I believe that Amanda's, your virtual hand was up. So please feel free to, if you want to unmute, go for it.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Amanda. I wanted to thank this is really helpful for us, the applicants, to get to know every program from all the country, as Dr. Mills just said. I have a question. I don't know if anybody can explain, how do you evaluate your residents' progress? Do you have any objective clinical examinations, or you have simulated sessions that we need to approve for every year to go through the program? Thank you.
I can jump in. That's an easy and hard question to answer, because there's just so many different layers to what's considered evaluation. And I think it's really important to have the residents' perspective on how they feel they're advancing as well. But I think most programs are going to tell you that we work really hard to have lots of levels of evaluation and making sure that that feedback's coming from a 360-degree angle. So that means feedback from your families, from the nursing staff, obviously from your attendings, but also from your colleagues. That also means getting feedback on all of your simulation days, as well as the didactic part, taking practice tests, making sure that you're understanding and learning how to answer the questions in order to prepare yourself for boards. So there's a lot of different ways to try to obtain that feedback in real time, and to really work to get our residents feedback on their evaluations, or through verbal feedback that is timely and is really helpful to be able to continue to make that progress and to incorporate into your day-to-day. So lots of different layers kind of go into the whole picture that the program leadership and our clinical competency committee look at to help residents understand their strengths and weaknesses, and help plan for stretch goals and things to do to be ready for that next step.
And I'll say too, I think it's inevitable that people are going to struggle as they transition from medical school into residency, because it's a new challenge in life, right? It's a whole new professional opportunity that you have. And so I think it's really important to have a strong mentorship program, and that's both resident peer mentors as well as faculty mentors. We're very lucky at MUSC that we actually have they're called clinical coaches. So they're faculty members who come and do clinical observations in different settings where it's really designed to coach. So it's a partnership that's developed over time. But yeah, as Dr. Roy was mentioning, I think all programs are required to have a structure when it comes to the clinical competency committee to basically have a large group meet to review every resident very holistically in terms of all of their progress over time to determine if they're ready for kind of that next step in their training, like promotion to the next year of training.
Perfect, thank you. Amanda, that was you, right? Yeah, okay.
Yes.
So now we have Annalise.
Hi, good night, everyone. Thank you so much for your presentations. So I have a question. As an IMG, if you don't have prior US clinical experience, but you have experience practicing pediatrics, does that hold similar value when applying to your programs?
I can answer that for us, yes. In our program. And it's a good question. It's a difficult question sometimes for the programs. Evaluating IMGs applications has to be done with a different scope. I am an IMG myself, and I can tell you that the way we have to look at the applications have to be different. And I'm sure some of the other program directors also have done this exercise as to how we can validate and make sure we can strongly select IMGs, taking into account that their application is just different. So for our program, it does matter. I think keeping clinically active is important. Either you do a rotations observerships here, or in your country, you keep working while you do the process. Some people make the mistake that they come in here, stop working, stop being clinically active, and cannot break to the system. So they even have, hands-on experience in their country, and they don't have hands-on experience here. And they enter this kind of like period where they are working towards their goal, but at the same time, they're hindering themselves because that's not happening. But yeah, short answer is yes, it's important.
I agree. I think that's the same approach that we have at Niklaus Children's as well. We also have IMGs in our program, and the clinical experience, I think, is extremely valuable. So that's definitely taken into consideration as well in our program.
And I think just a tip, it's great in your personal statement and in your application to really explain what those clinical experiences have looked like, because some of the clinical experiences that our IMGs have had are just fantastic, and really they've had a lot of autonomy, and they have a leg up on some of the training experiences in the US, but sometimes it can be a little hard to glean that from the ARIS application. So just making sure that you are explaining and promoting what type of experiences that you've had that make you a strong applicant.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for all the incredible answers and questions. Zainab, I think we have time for I see your hands up, and I think that's the last hand I see. I think we do have time for one more question because we will be wrapping up in the next 5 or so minutes. So please go right ahead.
All right. So hello, everyone. My name is Zainab Buriwala. I'm originally from Houston, but I'm also an IMG from Aga Khan University in Pakistan. So a main interest of mine is global health, and I'm so happy to hear that it was mentioned by most all of programs here. I wanted to ask more about what global health would entail for most of the programs. Would it be more research projects, advocacy projects, or away rotations? What would that look like for residents participating in programs?
I could jump in. So Nicole Black from UF. So ours is everything. So and again, we really like to try to individualize it. When we first created it, we had locations where the med school went. We're like, okay, great, we can piggyback on those. And our first person was like, no, I want to go to Columbia. I'm like, okay, let's figure this out. So the locations are, we certainly have places you can go, but if there's other places you want to go and we can make it happen, we make it happen. We also like to add a good educational component to it. We send everybody to the Harvard Global Health Symposium that hasn't happened for the past 2 years. We're hoping it's coming back. And so, there's the locations, there's the education. And as far as the project goes, it can be whatever you want it to be. It could be a research project, could be a QI project, could be an advocacy project. We've had residents do all of the above. So we really like to really tailor it to the individual.
And we also have one of our NICU docs, Dr. Wood, is our global health director, and she herself goes to multiple countries, and she recently went to Kenya, and she, her specialty is to work in resource limited places. And so if you're interested in doing an avail rotation, yes, it had, it had taken a step back during COVID for a little bit, but it's all coming back again. And so if you're interested in a particular place, then she'll help you, set up that elective. You can actually go there, do it. Like she'll help you coordinate and plan the whole thing. We also have what's called local global electives, as in like within Louisiana, there's lots of underserved places. So if you're interested in like rural practice, we can actually help you set up an elective in one of those places to do, so you can help build in that aspect. So yeah, we have a lot of opportunities to, in different ways you can tailor your global elective.
Yeah, I was just gonna kind of add to us, it works about the same, even though we don't have in pediatrics a global health track as such. We do work in conjunction with the global health track that the adults and MedPeaks have already set up. So we really have a wide places to go. We do have our internal faculty that goes to places and also coordinates different rotations at different countries, and it's a set way to get involved by going with the faculty and having a curriculum with the faculty. But as Dr. Nicole Black was pointing out, some residents, everybody's different, and they might want to go to a place that we didn't have experience before, but we are very good at coordinating and making it happen, especially the residents that are involved in these kind of rotations. They're really hard workers, and you can truly build up a practical individualized curriculum with them. And because the universities are large with good reputation, we typically get the paperwork and the permits and everything done quickly.
Thank you so much for all the answers. That's so great to know that global health is that's such an amazing part of these programs. We have another question, and I think we have more time for these questions. What are the most important things you would recommend to highlight on the applicant's application?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry, I was looking at the chat and then I got distracted.
Yeah, no problem. So what are the most important things you would recommend to highlight on the application?
I think I'll jump in quickly there and just say, really what makes you unique, what makes you you, why you're pursuing pediatrics and what makes you a unique applicant. I would say sometimes it's a little confusing when applicants have a whole host of different items on their CV that can almost get a little complicated to sift through in terms of what really stands out. So I would say make sure that you emphasize what's important to you, what makes you unique. If there's very specific experiences that you've had, luckily ARIS gives you the opportunity to give a short blurb or a sentence or two kind of explaining it. So I would say those to me would really stand out, just what makes you unique.
And I would say also highlight what makes you unique and what your particular interests are during your interview. It definitely makes it a lot easier to have an interview experience that I think will be more meaningful for you and help you better understand what the program that you're interviewing with will look like specifically for the things that you're hoping to accomplish or get exposed to during the 3 years. So that helps as well.
And don't be shy. I know we're all pediatricians and we're nice people. And so like bragging about ourselves just doesn't seem right. But this is the time to do it. We're excited to see the things you're doing. We're excited to hear what you're doing. So let us know. It's probably one of the funnest things about the interview season, other than meeting people, is seeing what you're doing and going, oh my gosh, that's amazing. And so don't hold back. It's okay to brag a little.
Yeah,
And if
I
it
always
makes you feel
sorry.
better,
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of med students feel so overwhelmed and like they're just a collection of numbers, and all we care about is these numbers. And I understand why medical students feel that way, because sometimes it feels like that's what we get. We just get this data download of these numbers, and it's so hard for us to look through it and just find who the seed of that person is and connect to their passion. And that's what we really want. And it's hard to say exactly how to do that. But don't worry about the numbers. Don't worry about the data. Just put who you are on there, and we want to find you.
I kind of describe, like the way I tell it to my med students, especially when they're writing their personal statement, is make yourself come alive on paper. Like, so change yourself from 2-dimensional to 3-dimensional, and really sort of give me a sense of who's going to walk through the door on July 1st. So what do you think about it?
I agree. So it's the non-tangible attitudes that have to come up alive in your application. So we look in detail leadership roles. So when you're going to describe, I went once a week, tell me what you did, what motivated you to go there. Or if you run a clinic, what was it about that you did and was important for you to be there in that role. If you volunteer, we have people who've done amazing things, but we really kind of have to dig into your information. So make it notable. You might think that, oh, this is a charity that I run, for 5 years. Put it there. Tell us why. What inspired you to do that? So we're all trying to find out who you are. It's about the same that you're trying to find out who we are as programs, and try to identify between the programs that might be all similar, because we have all kind of the same amount of residents, tracks, support. So we all look about the same, but we all have different personalities. We all have different cultures. It's the same. Somebody's asking in the chat, what makes you stand out? What makes you unique? So the answer goes back to you. So when you do your application, put out why do you choose to do this elective or that charity or that volunteer? Not just describe, I was there for 1 hour or 5 hours or 50 hours a week.
I don't believe we could have picked a better question to end on. I promise this is not prepared that far in advance. So as we transition to the end of this breakout session, thank you for making us realize that we are more than just paper, we are people. And we are excited to enter this next cycle. I'm speaking for myself. I can't speak for everyone, but this is very, very motivating. And just one thing I want to clarify real quick before we end is, and this is just because we've all, as FuturePedsRes, we made this mistake. There is a button at the bottom right of the corner that says leave room. When we're wrapping up now, please click leave breakout room, not leave meeting, or it will take you out of the meeting completely and you won't be able to rejoin the main session. We've had people do that, so just make sure that we can. So we're now wrapping up to go back into the main room for the resident happy hour. Program directors too, we will just do a quick debrief in there with a survey, and then it can be, it's optional. You can stay for the happy hour. We'll talk about that again when we're there, or you're free to go, but we're just going to go back up and we're going to back into the main room and to the wrap up. Thank you so much for the amazing questions and answers. And this was great. So
thank you. You all have a great night.
Thank y'all.
Thank you for putting this together.
Thank you so much, everyone. It was really helpful and honestly very wholesome. Thank you.
That's great. That's the point. Yay.
Kara, I'm going to hang around last to make sure no one is stuck in this room.
Gotcha. But how do I get to the main room?
Oh, you're going to click the leave room on the bottom.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
Go back to leave breakout room.
little hospital that has more of a community feel. And then Grady is a publicly funded safety net hospital located downtown. It's where you do your nursery care. And all of those places allow you to experience a variety of settings and care delivery models as you form your career vision. And we have over 400 faculty with deep rosters in every subspecialty division and in primary care. And we offer custom mentor matching for every resident that wants to do research. We're also consistently in the top 5 nationally for pediatric programs in terms of NIH funding. And we offer specialized career development tracks for interested residents. The most popular are research, global health, med ed, QI, ethics, and health equity, but there's about a half dozen more as well. We are looking to train a diverse group of individuals that reflect the population we serve. And we are looking to train the next generation of pediatric leaders. We have a commitment to health equity promotion and really focus on advocacy. And one of the things I'm most proud of for our residents and our program in the past year is that of the top 10 AAP resolutions that were voted on at the annual leadership forum at the beginning of August, 2 of those were co-authored by Emory pediatrics residents, and they learned how to do it on their community pediatrics rotation. So whatever you want to do and whatever you want to be in pediatrics, we can help you to get there. And you get to do it in this awesome city that is culturally rich and incredibly diverse. And my chief resident, Kristen Solomon, is going to tell you just a little bit more about that.
Yes, and outside of the things that Dr. Sanders highlighted, I'm Kristen, I'm one of the chief residents. Atlanta is also just a wonderful city to live and work in. It's a wonderful city for young professionals. It's a diverse city ethnically and in our LGBTQ population. It's always something wonderful going on in the city, festivals, concerts. If you're a foodie, there's always something to do. And it's just a great place to live and work and play.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Kristen and Dr. Sanders. I just want to make sure you guys were finished. I didn't want to cut you off too early. Okay, we'll go through.
Yes,
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for being here. It's awesome we can have chief residents attest to how great their program is. So I really appreciate it. Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to Prisma Health Greenville.
So hi, everybody. I'm Amanda Hartkey. I'm the program director at Greenville, and I like to joke that I'm kind of finishing my intern year as a program director. It's the end of my first year, but I've been with the program for about 6 or 7 years before that. But this is a program I very much love, both because of the residents we have, but also the way our faculty embrace our residents, the way our residents embrace our community. So we have about 11 per year, but we also have 5 med-peds residents per year and 8 other specialties represented on our campus. So you really are part of this large resident community and part of the larger Greenville community as well. So we really get to know each of our residents with having only 11 per class. We have this viewpoint of putting opportunities in front of them, putting support behind them and saying, like, what do you want to do with your life? Did you come in knowing it? Or do you need us to put a bunch of options in front of you within that first intern year, seeing PICU, seeing NICU, talking to all the different specialists yourselves, getting those samples of those patient populations, the touch on education, the touch on research, the touch on every piece to say, what kind of career do you want? How do you want to build that? And what resources do you need from us to get you there? And what we've seen over the years is we do that pretty successfully. We have a great board pass rate. We have 100% fellowship placement and very competitive fellowships. And we also have residents that go out in the community and hit the ground running as general pediatricians and really have the skills to advocate for their patients. So the patients we serve in our community, we're part of the northwestern part of the state. We also get patients from parts of North Carolina and Georgia. And we have a hospital in a hospital, a children's hospital within a hospital setting, as well as an active PICU, NICU, and children's ER. Our community clinic is the largest Medicaid clinic in the state, and we have over 50,000 visits a year. So you really are going to see all those aspects of care from start to finish. In terms of how we do that, we very purposefully have a 50% balance between inpatient and outpatient. Now that lets you have those moments to sort of think about your patients, learn about them, see the specialties from the clinic side and not just the inpatient side. And we are actually very resident driven. And I know that that's a catchphrase. So what do I mean by that? I mean that to the point of last year, our residents voted and said, no, the Q4 model really wasn't working for them. Were there other options? And together with one of our rising chief residents, we put together a hybrid model. So now you have 2 24-hour calls in your month of inpatient wards and a week of nights. And that really is that balance between what do the patients need, what do the residents need for their learning, and what does the hospital need to support the residents. And if you talk about Greenville itself, it's really a fun and growing city. We're about 70,000. And it's easy to get rural quick. It's easy to get outside of Greenville quick, but within Greenville, there's tons of opportunities, everything from theater and music and an active restaurant scene. That there's a James Beard Award winners and new restaurants every week. And our residents are very active. We have house memberships with about 8 or 9 faculty volunteers, and our residency divided into 3, and they go out and have social events, and they're very competitive with however many events they can have per year. And we want those communities to be welcoming to everybody. And that means not only working to recruit and retain a diverse population of residents that reflects our community, but working that each member of our residency and our faculty has the training and the thought process to make everyone feel welcome. And we do that both with participation in education of our faculty and residents, but also in supporting how we train the next generation that's coming up and working to increase the number of people from historically minoritized and excluded groups in medicine and in pediatrics. And then I hope to have a little bit later this talk, one of our rising chief residents is going to join us, because I can tell you all about our program and what I believe, but I think that hearing from the residents themselves is another piece. The final thing that I want to leave you with is that I think you would all be well served with any of the programs in the Southeast, but if you want to learn more about us, we have a very active resident run social media, and come check out our website when it gets updated for the rest of the time for this year. And thanks for joining tonight.
Thank you so much, Dr. Harkey. See, this is why I love the South, because the Southern hospitality shines through even when you're talking about residency, and you don't get that much from the North, so I really appreciate it. All right, we can move on to Atrium Health Wake Forest.
Hey guys, my name is Elizabeth Halverson. I'm here with Dr. Kimberly Montes tonight to tell you about our program here at Wake. We are a medium-sized program with 14 categorical Ps and 2 child neurology residents per year. And really there are 3 things that we most want you to remember about our program. 1, we feel like we offer incredibly strong clinical training with very few fellowships, allowing for direct patient care by you. 2, we're well known for our advocacy at both a resident and faculty level. And 3, we're a tight-knit, family-friendly training program with a very strong sense of community. So we'll give you a little bit more detail about each of these. First, for clinical training. Resident inpatient rotations occur at Brenner Children's Hospital, which features a level 1 pediatric trauma designation, level 4 NICU, ECMO capability, and faculty representing all pediatric subspecialties. Our residents take excellent ownership of their patients and are given graduated autonomy in their medical decision-making, so that our upper level residents are really leading the management of some very, very sick patients. Continuity clinics are held at the Downtown Health Plaza, which is certified as a level 3 patient-centered medical home, and it's strategically located in an medically underserved area. So as a result, our residents are caring for a diverse and under-resourced patient population, in which 67% identify as Hispanic and 25% as Black. Patients with limited English proficiency account for 44%, and over 90% of those patients have Medicaid. We prioritize a true longitudinal experience in continuity clinic, so residents at all levels are relieved of their other clinical duties in order to attend clinic throughout the year. They're assigned to a clinic day throughout their time with us, so they develop really close relationships with the other residents on their clinic day. And there is some, much like the houses, some friendly competition between clinic days, and also with the faculty on that day. So both because of those relationships and because we believe in the importance of patient continuity, we have no plans to transition to X+Y scheduling. To best address the needs of this patient population, all our residents build skills in both screening for and addressing social drivers of health. And we maintain active partnerships with many community resources, including several that are co-located in our clinic, including WIC and behavioral health. Our graduates have a 97% rolling board pass rate, and on average, about half pursue academic or fellowship training each year, with excellent match results that you can see on our website.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Kimberly Montes, one of the APDs. And the second aspect of our program that I would love to share with you is our advocacy curriculum and our commitment to health equity. Our program realizes that pediatric care involves more than just one-on-one interactions in the hospital setting or the outpatient setting. We really feel that residents, regardless of this future specialty that they choose, should be empowered as lifelong child health advocates. Therefore, we don't have a specific advocacy track. Instead, our 3-year longitudinal advocacy curriculum exposes all of our residents to our community's key child health inequities, and it builds skills to address these inequities through the development and implementation of a mentored advocacy project. The advocacy curriculum also comprises a windshield tour during orientation, site visits with a number of our community partners, and home visits with patients, as well as didactics that incorporate social risk factors, including racism, bias, and discrimination, as well as self-directed modules and journal clubs. Many of our resident advocacy projects have been disseminated at regional and national conferences and have received funding from the American Academy of Pediatrics. And just this past month, we're really excited that one of our residents received the Ann E. Dyson Child Advocacy Award from the American Academy of Pediatrics from his regarding his project on screening and referral to the Child Nutrition Program, WIC. Furthermore, several of our faculty have regional and national recognition for their advocacy efforts and are highly invested in mentoring the next generation of child advocates.
Finally, we really strongly value the community present within our program. We think we're one of those magic sizes where our program is large enough to absorb any coverage needs related to resident emergencies, but small enough that residents and faculty really get to know each other on a personal level. So while we have multiple official pathways to establish mentor relationships built into our program, we found that most of these actually come about organically just because of the nature of that community. We have a PhD psychologist who's focused on resident wellness as part of our leadership team, as well as a residency wellness committee that's led by our chief residents and the residents themselves. Within ACGME requirements, we try to ensure that all our policies are as family-friendly as possible. We offer a parenting elective to all our residents and have presented several innovative components of that elective at national conferences recently with some great feedback. Finally, we know that many of you may never have heard of Winston-Salem, but we think it's a hidden gem. It's known as the City of Arts and Innovation and features 6 colleges, includes 1 historically Black college, 75 recreational parks, and 33 wineries, all while maintaining a small town feel. It's ranked as one of the top 25 cheapest US cities to live in, with a cost of living 15% below national average. So allowing your resident salary to go further, as has already been mentioned tonight. Many of our residents buy homes, as people were saying. So overall, we're really proud of our program. We think we offer great clinical and academic training in a supportive and fun environment. And we really look forward to meeting a lot of you during the season.
Thank you so much. That was wonderful. I'm so glad your kitten made a fantastic appearance in the background. All right, University of South Florida.
Hi guys, my name is Sharon DeBrow. I'm the program director for USFPs, and I have I believe a current chief and a future chief on, so I'm going to give the last minute or two to them. So this is really hard, and the programs that have already gone all sound amazing. So I do encourage you guys to look at all of us, but please look at our website and our social media as well to learn more about USF. So what makes us a little bit different? We are fortunate that we have two hospitals. We have one freestanding children's hospital in St. Petersburg, and a large urban hospital, 1,000 beds total in the hospital, Tampa General in Tampa. So you get an opportunity to work both in a children's hospital as well as a city hospital that has a very large delivery room service. We also have obviously the opportunity to work in both PICUs and clinics in both settings. We have a really strong outpatient program along with our inpatient program. We have continuity clinics in 2 sites where you really do get to follow your kids from hopefully from birth through at least 3 years old and then onward. And we also have an opportunity in the 2nd and 3rd years for what we call a longitudinal clinical experience. And that means if you're interested in a subspecialty or general peds, you get to spend an additional half day in that setting on a lot of rotations in your 2nd year and even more in your 3rd year to almost apprentice in that area. And that has really helped people both find jobs as well as decide for sure if that's the fellowships that they want to go into. We have a great wellness program based on a Harry Potter theme, and we get wellness points and really have a lot of fun with wellness and with retreats and other things like that. We have an academic half day that is half day a week. That's protected time every week of the year. And then the typical morning report and noon conference reports. We have one a month that's a cost-effective care to try to encourage you to learn a little bit about the cost of medicine and dedicated board review as well. USF has a public health school, so we do allow you to get a certificate in public health if you would like, and some people have actually gotten their whole MPH during their time. Obviously, our residents are involved in QI as well as research, and I have to say that our research experience has been phenomenal in this past year, and it shows by when you look at the folks that are looking at fellowships. So we have over half of our current 3rd years applying for fellowships, and they all have publications or publications and multiple presentations nationally, which is really great. The AAP Brain Bowl, the people in Florida that are on this call, the other PDs know what that is. So that's a competition that we were very fortunate enough to win in the past 2 years in the state of Florida. You guys can go to the next slide. Our size is a mid-sized program. We have 12 categorical Ps, but we additionally have 5 med peds residents a year. So we really have 17 residents. It's just that the med peds are half pediatric and half medicine. We have a mix really of MDs and DOs, and we have an occasional foreign medical grad. And like I said, we have a lot going into fellowship this year. It's actually probably 60% this year. Some years it's 40%, but right around 50-50. Diversity initiatives, I'm going to let my future chief talk about. But before I end, I guess one of the greatest things is that if you come to our program, you're in Tampa Bay. So you get to experience West Central Florida, all the wonderful things that are here. If you like sports, we are the place to come. If you like beaches, if you like outdoor activities, it really is a great area. I come from Philadelphia, and I never regret moving to South and moving to Florida. Jake or Andrea, do you want to make any more comments?
Yeah, sure. Hi, I'm Jake. I'm the current chief resident for the year. I mean, there's so much to talk about, and we can't get anywhere close to doing justice in 5 minutes. So like Dr. DiMaggio said, I'm also from up north. I'm from Pennsylvania, and I have loved being here at USF, obviously so much that I stayed for my chief resident year. We are a very close-knit program. We are all friends, and I think it's really important to have a community around you. So for me, not having anybody in Florida, having found my people, I've felt very comfortable here, and I've made lifelong friends. I think that's so super important. We're doing lots of great things. I'd love to tell you more about it. I don't want to take up a whole lot of time. The chiefs, my co-chief and I, were very interested in improving educational curriculum, resident as teachers, our diversity, equity, and inclusion curriculum, and adding in some more innovative ways to learn here for our adult learners. I do want to note that our Instagram handle was not updated. So our Instagram handle is actually USF Health Pediatrics. The Twitter is correct. So USF Peds GME is our Twitter. Feel free to engage with us on social media, and we look forward to meeting everyone here in this recruitment season. Also be at the resident happy hour to meet everyone.
Thanks, guys.
And most importantly, I think it was 3-time champion Brain Bowl this year. And I was on the Brain Bowl team, and hello to all of our Florida friends who also competed here. We're excited to see you guys soon.
Thank you so much. I'll make sure to update that Instagram handle. If you could type it in the chat for me, that would be awesome, and then I'll update it on the website. Thank you so much, guys. All right. Advent Health for Children.
Can you guys hear me okay? No, see myself, but my name's Stacy McConkey. I'm the program director for the pediatric residency program at Advent Health for Children. I've been here since its initiation about 9 years ago. Some things that we consider that stand out about us: we are a small program with 6 residents per year, very much a family feel. We are not a small program because we don't have enough patients to see or things to do. We certainly have a lot of business in the hospital. Our hospital was designed by Disney. They helped us make things very family friendly and comfortable for our family. Our hospital system as a whole, Advent Health, emphasizes whole patient care for both the patients and the staff. So there are a lot of perks for residents that have to do with well-being. You can get $250 bonuses for basically checking your own health. We have dedicated faculty to the residency program. A nice variety. We're adding another couple faculty this year that are dedicated just to teaching. Our patient diversity is amazing. We get a large variety of patients, not only from Central Florida, but also from international. As you can imagine, being close to Disney and being at the Celebration is one of the Disney hospitals. We happen to get a lot of the kids who are traveling and happen to get sick while they're on vacation. So I always joke with our residents, you have to ask a good travel history of all of our patients because you never know where they were last week. We have a total of 228 pediatric beds. We have a personalized curriculum experience available for every resident. You have 6 rotations that are your choice. Basically, we sit down and talk with you and design a curriculum for you to get you where you want to be when you are a graduate of our program. About a third of our residents go into pediatric subspecialties. We have 100% fellowship match over the past several years. We have dedicated licensed mental health counselor with resiliency rounds, a program called Flourish, which is our wellness program. Dedicated research support. We have resources both within GME and within the Children's Hospital. Global health initiatives are getting kicked off this year. We're returning to them. We have a program that we're launching this year in Lima, Peru, where we're going to be working with one of the local medical schools to take care of children in an underserved area of Lima. That'll be available a couple times a year. Our curriculum is based on the American Board of Pediatrics, board content specifications. We have scholarly project mentorship. We have a great simulation center that supports all of our simulation experiences. We do procedures, we do mock codes. We also have communication simulation. Our residents do rotations both in advocacy and community. And we have, for our conferences, we have daily conferences for 3 of the 4 weeks of the block and an academic half day once per month. We can go to the next slide. We are a smaller program. We are looking to expand sometime in the near future and having discussions with our hospital about that. We are currently 6 residents per year. We are only in one site for our children's hospital. Everything is located in a very small distance around the hospital. We do have one continuity clinic site for very consistent continuity clinic experience, which is a nice longitudinal experience. We do allow our residents to do 3rd-year continuity clinics within a subspecialty. So if there's a special area that they want to go to, perhaps cardiology for cardiology-bound fellowship people, which is one of our current chief residents, he can actually do his continuity clinic within the cardiology practice. We are participating in the JEDI project and have a very robust diversity initiative program, including things like Bring Yourself to Work Day, where we learn a little bit about each other and each other's cultures. And we're supported by the Office of Diversity and Cultural Sustainment within our Children's Hospital. Of course, Orlando is an amazing place to live. No lack of food experiences, entertainment experiences, parks. We have a large number of Disney and Universal fans. I am from the Midwest originally and absolutely love Orlando. I wouldn't go anywhere else. I think my Associate Program Director, Shani, is on. So you have a couple seconds, Shani, if you want to talk, say a few more things.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Stacy, for that introduction, and thank you for allowing us the time to be here. Just to piggyback on what Dr. McConkey was saying, in terms of the location, I cannot say enough about just being in Orlando. It's a wonderful place. This last 2 weeks, we've had concerts from everyone, Michael Bublé to Daddy Yankee, Magical Dining, a Caribbean festival. So there's so much more than just Disney, and it's great for families and people that don't have a family unit that lives with them. There's things to do for everyone here. In terms of our DE&I, we are part of the JEDI program. Tomorrow we have 2 speakers coming in. One is a Surgeon General for the U.S. Army, and we also have another speaker that's going to be coming in to talk to us about immigrant health. So always something robust that's going to be going on here. And in addition to our wellness initiatives, we have some resident-run wellness things that we're going to be planning for this year, Bollywood dancing, yoga, we have some dedicated walks. So all of these things are top of the mind for us as a program, and I'm hopeful that you guys will give us a look as you make your selections.
Thank you so much, guys. Sounds wonderful. Florida is sounding better by the minute, to be honest. All right, University of Mississippi Medical Center.
All right, hey y'all. I'm David Gillum. I'm one of the Associate Program Directors for the University of Mississippi. One of our other Associate Program Directors is on intermittently, but her connection is not thriving. So we're located in Jackson, Mississippi. We're the only children's hospital in the state of Mississippi. And I'm sure you've all seen Mississippi on the news a fair bit. We're a state that desperately needs healthcare, and our children are definitely among that. They need people to care for them. We do have the only level 1 trauma center in Mississippi. We have a level 1 pediatric intensive care unit and the only level 4 neonatal intensive care unit in Mississippi, with north of 100 beds, I believe, when everything is fully staffed and occupied. So we're the referral center for the entire state of Mississippi. Hold on. The 2-year-old is interested in going down the stairs. So we are a family-friendly program, as we will now observe. But basically, we're a mid-sized program. We have about 15 residents a year. We have 1 or 2 pediatric neurology residents that kind of float based on where they fall in their pediatric neurology training. And then we have 5 med-peds residents per year as well. We have faculty that are tremendously involved in education and in your training, and are very clinically experienced. And I feel like basically the biggest strength of the program is the clinical training that you get, the breadth and diversity of the patients that you see. We have all of the subspecialties and faculty in those subspecialties. We have several fellowships now. Our residents graduate and go on to be about 50-50 subspecialists in general pediatrics, depending on where you count hospitalists in that mix. We have the educational conferences and the community outreach and advocacy rotations, similar to what you've heard about, often with less resources. I would say the reason that I hope you come and check out Mississippi and look at what we have is our patients need you. We need you. Our patients need you. I was not privy to the slides, so I don't know what the slides are going to say. But I was thinking about the patient that I saw in continuity clinic today, who was a 9-month-old here for checkup, who's basically thriving, except she needs to have her polydactyly corrected. She's scheduled to have surgery for that tomorrow, but nobody told the 15-year-old mother who cannot drive the patient to the hospital. And the grandfather who brought them to clinic today is working, and the other adult who could help is in a hospital. So our patients need you. They need people to care for them and to think about what is their life really like. We have rural patients, we have urban patients, we have patients from all over the state. And often, you know, they tell me they live in Greenville, Mississippi, and they tell me their doctor, and I say, yes, I've talked to that doctor on the phone, and they sent their patients here. So let's see, let me look at this slide. We do have these diversity initiatives that you see. We have created a departmental vice chair position. We have institutional office, and we have kind of a resident fellow faculty working group to look at recruitment and look at diversity in patient care. We have implemented a lot of changes recently. This year, we've gone to 4-week rotations instead of month-long blocks. It's been a big change that will allow a little bit more flexibility. We have implemented house programs. We've now have 4 associate assistant program directors. So we have houses to kind of help our residents have a smaller group to look to and turn to, as well as a strong mentoring program. Just a lot of good things here. I can't read and talk at the same time. Jackson is a wonderful place to live. It's very affordable, very friendly, the heart of Southern hospitality, I would think. I can't go to Kroger or Walmart or church or the park without seeing somebody that I know from somewhere else. And I took my son to play soccer. His coach said, yeah, you took care of my daughter when she was in the hospital with pneumonia. Those are the connections that you'll have if you come and put down roots with us. Catherine, I don't know if you're still on, if you have a connection, if you want to say anything.
Everyone, I'm Catherine Schneider, one of the other APDs. I'm having terrible connection issues, so I apologize so much. It might kick me off at the last minute. We have a great group of residents, a very family feel to our program. We have folks that come from all over. We have DOs and MDs, mostly from around the Southeast, but also from all over the place, as well as some foreign medical grads. We have a very diverse program and doing a lot this year to really, I guess, one, recover from everything that happened with COVID, but also two, to really amp up a lot of the outreach that we have and a lot of the programs that we are developing to better our residents and their training, as well as our outreach as a program. So before I get kicked off again, you can see our contacts, you can see our social media. So please reach out if you ever have any questions. We'd love to meet you, and we look forward to seeing you down the interview trail. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, guys. And thank you to the toddlers and the parents. We loved that. All right, I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Definitely done our last program. Okay, so I'm going to open it up for questions until about 9 p.m. and then we're going to all go back into the main room, and then we're going to start the resident happy hour. So this is where you can ask any questions you want to any of the program directors, all of them, whoever you want to ask. So go for it. And thank you guys all for being here. We really appreciate it.
I guess this is for anyone from USF. So I was familiar with the Morsani clinic, but I know it said that you guys have 2 continuity clinics. Is there like a difference in patient population that you're seeing between both of them, or is it pretty similar?
Sure, I'll answer. One is run by Tampa General Hospital called Health Park, and it's about 100% Medicaid. The mix of African-American and Caucasian is pretty similar to the community. And the other is the USF 17 Davis Clinic that is about 70 to 80% Medicaid. So there is a little bit of a difference as far as the private payers that you'll see. Both provide care from birth to 21 adolescents. Saw a crazy adolescent today, not really crazy, she was just an adolescent, that required a lot of time at the health park clinic, but we do birth control at both sites and newborn care at both sites. Yeah, and the residents, consistent with the rest of the country, have the same half day every week, pretty much. It doesn't really move for all 3 years in the same clinic attending as well. So there really is good continuity on that side as well as the patient continuity.
Thank you.
Thanks.
There was a question in the chat. I'm just going to read it. So the question was, thank you to all the program directors. To what extent are applications from non-US IMGs considered? Are there any limits on years of graduation? I know some of you have touched on this, but if someone wants to elaborate, go for it.
I'll give a quick answer. For us, it really depends on your visa status, honestly. So our university requires a J1 visa, basically. So if that's would be the situation, we will are happy to look at IMGs, FMGs in our program.
I believe we currently have 2 FMG residents in our program.
I would say for Greenville, it also depends on visa status, and we do value recent clinical experience. That doesn't necessarily have to be in the US, but just recent clinical experience we think is useful to make that transition into your intern year.
Similar at Mississippi, we usually have had several FMGs in our program, as well as a good MD-DO balance. I believe the J1 visa is easier to work with. There have been other circumstances where we have worked things out, but that is generally what I see.
For Advent, we have a number of foreign medical grads. We value the diversity that they bring. They also represent a lot of the Caribbean islands that are surrounding us. We have the options for J1 or H1Bs. And as far as experience goes, we do value experience in hospitals or having had some working experience after graduation. So.
We are typically looking for people who have had at least some clinical experience in the US. I will say for Emory, whether you went to medical school in the US or abroad, for people who are non-US citizens, we do support visas and have been able to institutionally support H-1B visas. So I know that's sometimes a question that people have as well.
And for the purposes of WAKE, I put them in the chat, but we accept IMGs from medical schools that have they've been graduated within the past 2 years and that they have experience within the US with clinical rotations and hopefully a letter of recommendation from that experience.
To the University of South Florida, you guys mentioned how you guys give like dedicated board review and resources. Could you kind of talk about like what resources that you typically provide?
Good. You want to go, Jake? Go ahead.
Yeah, because I'm using them right now.
Yeah. As we speak.
Yeah, as we speak, I'm currently studying. So USF gives med study flashcards at the beginning of residency to start an intern year. We also have a New England Journal 360 resident question bank availability to use. And then there's monthly quizzes that are assigned to upper levels. So second, third, and if med-peds, fourth years. And then when you are in your third, one more thing is Peds Wrap. We get Hippo Peds Wrap podcasts for those who like to listen when they're driving. I absolutely love using the podcast and all the resources that are there. And then we get AAP prep questions and the question bank and everything that comes with prep basically now in third year. So at the start, when you're about to start studying.
And no, but we've done something right because we've had 100% pass rate for the past several years. So it's worth it, spending all this money.
Okay, thank you.
And then this is Andrew. We also do a board review dinner as well, where the residents get to plan and we get to have a free dinner with food and get to talk to an attending who specializes whenever the theme is for that month.
So win-win then.
It's the best.
So actually a quick question from somebody who's not from the South. So what do U.S. program directors look for in students who aren't from your area to know that, we are really interested in being in the South?
Well, I will say we have residents from all over the U.S., from the West Coast to the Northeast, some folks from the Midwest, some folks from kind of the Southwest. So I don't know that we worry that if you aren't from the Southeast, you won't be interested or we won't be interested in you. We're really looking for people with a lot of different backgrounds. So, that's really sort of been something that I think is a real strength of our program, is that folks do come from all over. So I don't know, that's just be you.
I would echo the same for Greenville, and I think a lot of our programs, if we look at the makeup of the communities in the South, not all of the people that live here are from here originally either. I know that in Greenville, we have a lot of international populations, both immigrants, and we are actually a site for unaccompanied minors for immigrants that come into the foster care program. We also have places like Michelin and BMW, and so a lot of international companies that have bases here. So our community reflects that. When we care for that community, we want our residents to have as many facets of diversity, both Warren identities and other lived experiences that add to that. So don't have to be from here, but it tends to we tend to sink our roots into people and they not leave, as other programs have mentioned.
I'll echo that also for Wake Forest. We didn't introduce where we're from, but actually no one on our current leadership team is a Southerner by default. We're all transplants who I actually did residency here and just never left. So that absolutely happens with these programs. And we do holistic review on every application and we read everyone, so.
Similar for Mississippi, we interviewed from all over. Happy to have you look at our program and interest. I think, signaling before this year and this year, you just express what you're looking for. Want to say if you're particularly interested in a program with a strong NICU fellowship, or exactly why you're looking, where you're looking, without being able to submit 25 individual applications.
From admin standpoint, I think Florida is a gigantic melting pot. I can tell you that I am a Midwesterner, so I actually came to Florida. I very much enjoy it here. We look at candidates from all across the United States and have convinced quite a few of them to stick around. So we'd be happy to look at anyone.
Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. And I really do appreciate all the program directors being here. Anyone who's here to talk about the program, we really, really thank you. It's very valuable for us as students to hear from you guys, and especially to hear about your region if we aren't from there. So with that, I think we should join back into the main room. What I've been hearing is any program director, assistant program director, any chief resident who wants to put their contact information in the chat box, you're more than welcome to do so, or just a contact email if students have questions. But other than that, when you're ready, you can hit the leave room button. It's just blue, and it will take you back to the main room where we will start the resident happy hour.
Our residents be scholars, but also to be educators for our students, for our peers, for each other as well. And that's something that we really strive for our residents to be strong educators when they graduate. We have an Academy of Educators that provides a community across our entire School of Medicine for our residents that they participate in actively as well. And then one of the other highlights of our program is our culture of service. So I like to say that the mentality at UNC is really, yes, we can. It is whoever comes in our door, whatever the issue is, it is our job to serve them. It is not I don't know if we can do this, how are we going to? It's yes, we can, and we will figure out a way to do that. We are the state hospital for North Carolina as well. A lot of our patients, Chapel Hill itself is in the middle of the state, but a lot of our patients come from 1, 2, 3 hours away from very rural communities. So being able to provide care for them, to be able to flex and do telehealth or be able to send care to them in their community is something that we really pride ourselves on being able to do as well. Our Grand Rounds presentation this morning was on telehealth and really being able to what services we can provide to our community as well. Sorry, I talk too much. I gotta stop. I ramble. Our curriculum. So we have a mix of 2- and 4-week rotations throughout ours, and we've really changed that over the past few years based on resident feedback. A lot of the majority of the changes in our residency program as we evolve are resident driven. The 2-week rotations are some of the more intense inpatient ones, and then the 4 weeks are some of the less intense ones as well. With our didactics, we have a morning conference 4 days a week, and then grand rounds the other day, and then noon conferences usually 4 or sometimes 5 days a week as well. And we already talked about rotating at the 2 affiliated community hospitals as well. That's usually 2 or so rotations a year. The details. So you can see family is in all caps because you're going to hear this throughout most of pediatrics, right? We're all are going to say this. You feel like it's a family when you're there as well. We have 3 chief residents and then 1 MedPeds chief resident as well. And then in our pediatrics program, there's 68 residents with 47 categorical, 12 primary care residents, which are their home is in Greensboro, where the majority of their clinical experiences are, 4 child neurology residents, some physician scientists, and a prelim peds resident as well. We come from varied backgrounds as well. So our current residency cohort comes from 42 schools from 23 states across the country. About half end up going into general pediatrics and half into fellowship, averaged out over several years. And then 60% stay in North Carolina after residency. And the majority of those were not from North Carolina prior. And some hadn't even visited it prior, but it really is when you come here, it's such a welcoming community at the hospital and in the community outside of it with so many things to do. A lot of folks come here and don't leave. I used to call it a black hole, but that's a bad analogy. It just sucks you in. It's a sticky place. It's a sticky place. Oh, I just got a text. I'm going to say some of my other colleagues may chime in if I talk too much as well. Our diversity initiative. So we have a Department of Pediatrics diversity committee. Dr. Lawrence, who's on here, is actually the vice chair of that committee. They meet a few times a month. They send out monthly newsletters to educate and really bring in an inclusive nature for the whole department. It is top down as well. Their departmental town halls twice a month. Last year, one of our chief residents headed up a book club, How to Be an Anti-Racist, and there were faculty, staff, and residents, learners that were part of that. One of our other MedPeds residents with some pediatric representation has started an Embrace series, so a educational DEI curriculum for residents, and our chiefs actually just applied for a grant to enhance our DEI curriculum as well. Our residents get safe zone and implicit bias training, and that's something that we strive to do for all members of our Department of Pediatrics as well. And then we hold regular debriefing sessions as needed for local and national events. Oh, there you go. Christian's chiming in right there. Bringing in a new DI curriculum as well with a focus on health equity. It's something that we've actually added to every morning conference that a resident presents as well, making sure that they highlight some aspect of their presentation. Oh, and then location, Chapel Hill. So it's in the heart of North Carolina. Chicken and waffles, lots of that around here, as you saw on one of the earlier slides. So we're right in the middle of the state, halfway to about a couple hours to the beach, a couple hours to the mountain as well. It's a small town feel, but right in the middle of a much larger community. So you can really make this area whatever you want it to be. If you want to live in a small college town, live a little bit more rural, or really live in a more urban environment, you have that opportunity here as well. Christian, you want to chime in and say anything else?
No, I think you covered it all. I mean, we're just really excited to meet everybody. It's an excellent opportunity. We always love these events and excited to get to know some people through the Q&A.
Great, thank you guys so much. Next, we have University of Florida, Pensacola.
Hey guys, my name is Carrie Garrison. I'm one of the APDs here in Pensacola, and Dr. Wilkinson's here with us as well. She's our program director. I'll give her an opportunity to say hello. I think she gives an awesome perspective because she went through our pediatric residency program, and she has seen it grow since its inception in the 60s. Now, she wasn't there in the 60s, didn't mean it that way, but she did train here and graduate from here. So I think she gives a great perspective of how dynamic our program has been through the years, over the years. So I'll let Dr. Wilkinson say hello, and then we'll go forward.
Hi, everybody. Yes, I have been with the program a long time, over 30 years, actually. And just, you know, I came to Pensacola from Mississippi and just stayed because I love the area. So Pensacola is a great place to live, but also the hospital and the program was just a great place to be. And I have had the opportunity to see how to watch it change. I've only been the program director for a year, but have that background of having seen where we were, where we've been, and the changes that we have made. So it's been an exciting adventure. But I'm gonna let Carrie go ahead and tell you more about our program.
Thanks, Diane. So like I mentioned, we've been a general pediatrics training program here in Pensacola since 1965. So there's been a lot of historical context to our program and a lot of growth and dynamic changes over the years. But we are a community-based program and more recently became affiliated with the University of Florida, which I am really excited about. I think that's been our affiliation has been in place for about 4 years now. And that's really given us the opportunity to give a community-based training opportunity, but still have an academic flavor and to expose residents to not only just a community-based program, but also have a taste of that academic medicine that some people really are looking for. We do have our own children's hospital, newly constructed in 2019. So we're really proud of that. And so that is a nice place to work in a new facility. It is a freestanding building, but we are attached to another adult hospital system. So we are at Ascension Sacred Heart in Pensacola. And so that is a large adult referral center as well. Before I came here and became APD, I actually used to not know what to think about a program that was attached to an adult hospital, because I thought, well, you know, I wanted to see all dedicated pediatric things, but there actually are some perks to being associated with an adult program that I don't think I had the insight to understand before coming here. But we share resources, whereas being a smaller children's hospital, we might not have the opportunity to have, would we not be associated with an adult facility. So the good thing is that we have our own building, we have our own pediatric ER, we have our own pediatric OR, we have PICU, NICU, you know, similar things that you would see in a larger freestanding children's hospital, but we do share some things with the adult side, mostly just having that abundance of resources available to us. So we are mostly a primary care focus, but here recently we've had a pretty competitive fellowship match. So about 50-50 choose fellowship or not. which is exciting to see. And I also am excited to see, since I've been here for 6 years now, some of the residents coming back after their training. So that really makes me proud of our program to see those people that have gone through and choose to come back to Pensacola and come back to our children's hospital to serve. We recently made a shift to 4-week blocks. So instead of 12 months, we're doing 13 4-week blocks, which is a little bit of a difference. The one thing that I think you'll see and you'll hear differences among all of our programs is that I would say almost all of our clinical experience are in a centralized campus location. And I highlight that to say you don't have to go anywhere to get your additional training, but you can. So there are opportunities for away electives and other, in-town electives, so to speak. But all of the core clinical experiences are here in campus, and you can walk to your continuity clinic. You can walk to your subspecialty clinic, which I think appeals to a lot of people. That being said, Dr. Wilkinson is the director of our continuity clinic experience, which I think makes it strong, and she knows our program well and leads our residents through that process really well. And the other perk that I think our program has is, in addition to that community-based feel, we have a really robust research elective for a smaller program. We have academic statistical support through the University of Florida and a great research mentor. You can take an elective in all 3 years, and in your senior years, those are call-free. We do have 9 pediatric residents per year, so small to medium. And we also have the ability to collaborate with our partners in Gainesville and other places for fellowship, for away rotations if people are interested in fellowship. So there are no fellowship learners in our residency program, which I think is also a thing that sets us a little bit apart differently. So you will be the learner primarily side by side with your attending physician. And while we definitely recognize that fellowships enrich experiences, sometimes maybe a quieter resident may feel more comfortable asking questions in a smaller group, or being right beside their attending, have a better one-on-one experience. So we pride ourselves in the ability to do that. There is an individualized learning pathway. We really want to work with folks to make it what they want. So we're quite flexible. We try to build in whatever it is that they need to become the pediatrician they want to be. So if that's an away rotation, if that's a community clinical experience that maybe we don't have already set up, we've worked with other organizations in town to provide sports medicine experiences, and different private practice type electives, even parenting electives. So we're working with the residents to create whatever pathway works best for them. We are fairly diverse here in our program. We historically have been quite diverse within the trainees, not only the trainees, but our faculty, and our city is fairly diverse. So I just wanted to highlight that we are a military town. So we have a lot of military transplants, people that come here from all over the world and spend a short amount of time with us, and some end up staying and some end up going to other places. But I think it enriches our experience and our culture to meet and interact and care for those people. Ascension is a broader organization you may have heard of before. It's a Catholic institution, but there has been a renewed focus within our organization on diversity and inclusivity. So we work with them on the Abide framework, as I mentioned there. We also are working with some of our partners regionally to increase our residents, really our learners, to bring learners from other medical schools to our program to help increase our diverse pool of applicants. So we really are working on partnering with folks to have more learners in our system from diverse backgrounds. Now, last but certainly not least is my shameless plug of why I came here. So when I was growing up in Alabama, we came to the Panhandle for the beach every year. And I will say that it's the best beaches in the US, in my opinion. white sand, beautiful clear water. Most people want to come here to vacation, but we want to invite you to come here and live for 3 years while you're doing your training. So it's really a beautiful town. It's not only a tourist place here. It's a medium-sized city, low cost of living, not a lot of traffic, but with the military bases and a small downtown, it really gives you kind of the best of both worlds. I actually live in the downtown area, and so I can avoid the beach traffic and not go to the beach if I want to. But if I have downtime, I can take my friends and family literally across the bridge, and we are looking at crystal blue water. So we love it here. I don't think we'll go anywhere, and I hope that you guys come check us out.
Thank you. Okay, up next we have LSU.
Hey everyone, I'm Chelsea Sandlin. I am the residency director at LSU in New Orleans, and also here on the call today is Dr. Amy Creel, who is with ComStep and one of our intensivists and part of our recruitment committee. So I'm excited to tell you a little bit about LSU New Orleans. At LSU, we train at Children's Hospital. It's the largest freestanding children's hospital in the state of Louisiana, and 90% of our rotations are located at Children's Hospital. Of course, we go elsewhere to do our delivery rotations like the NICU and the newborn nursery. We most pride ourselves on the supportive training environment. If you ask our residents, they will tell you the biggest strength of the program is camaraderie, a supportive environment, and approachable faculty that they can text or call and not feel kind of stressed to do so. Also, we work really well with our nurses and interprofessional team collaboration and all of the members of our ancillary staff to do the best that we can to care for our patients. In the city of New Orleans, at Children's Hospital and in our community clinics, we really are able to take care of a large variety of patients, both diversity and sort of cultural backgrounds, as well as diversity in diagnoses. And that really gives our residents a robust training experience so that they can then go out and practice independently, having seen as much as possible. Of course, I can't talk about our program without highlighting the awesomeness of New Orleans. It is really a city like no other that I'll talk about on the next slide too, with such a rich, diverse culture and so much to do, lots of festivals all the time. Football fun and many other things. Our curriculum overall, just some highlights. We are a 12-month curriculum with pretty much a 50% mixture of inpatient and outpatient rotations. All subspecialists, whether it's surgery, subspecialties, or pediatrics, are located at Children's Hospital, and residents have an opportunity to rotate with them electively as they please based on their career goals. We do morning reports that are case-based, but also noon conferences that are led by our faculty members and all based on our board review curriculum. For board review, we use med study. Every pediatric resident in our program, as well as our combined residents, receive med study. And we have a 3-year rolling curriculum for board preparation. And each month of our topics for noon conference are planned based on that curriculum. So essentially, if we're learning about cardiology and med study for board review, our cardiologists are the ones doing the lectures that month. Our morning report cases are based in cardiology to really get our residents honed in on learning that topic. And I'm happy to say that our board passage rate has been quite successful over the past several years. And our residents tend to like that curriculum. Could you switch to the next slide? Thank you. We have 15 residents per year in the categorical pediatrics program. We also have med peds residents, as well as a combined emergency medicine pediatrics residency program, which is only one of 4 in the country. And our residents have individualized tracks based on their specific career goals that they can then work through with their mentor to select their IEUs to give them their experiences. About 40 to 50% of our residents pursue fellowship, and ultimately about 60-ish% of our residents stay in the state of Louisiana to practice, several in the city of New Orleans. Much like someone said earlier, a lot of people come to New Orleans, even from far away, and fall in love with the city, the culture, the patients, and everything it has to offer, and then never leave. I know that was the case for me. I'm not from New Orleans, and here I am, 15 years later, not expecting to have been here, and I don't plan to leave. I would like really to highlight our diversity initiatives. I'm really excited about some of the new things that we're doing this last year and a half or so that we've added to our existing curriculum. We have a visiting diversity scholarship to enhance recruitment efforts, but in addition, we also have a robust DEI curriculum. We have monthly topics led by one of our associate program directors in DEI that focuses on implicit bias, healthcare disparity, microaggression training, and much, much more. We do a cultural tour of the city of New Orleans to really learn about that history within our own city. And we actually do that at intern orientation to get our interns acquainted with the city and all that it has to offer. I'm really excited. We have a new program called the Physicians Underrepresented in Medicine Alliance. We do this in partnership with Children's Hospital Diversity and Inclusion Officer. And this offers mentorship to our underrepresented residents paired with faculty within the Department of Pediatrics. And just this last month in July, we hosted our first pipeline program where our residents and faculty partnered with other residents and faculty at LSU and Children's Hospital to bring in students from undergraduate programs as well as high schools in the city of New Orleans to get hands-on experience in the medical arena. So something we're really excited about, and we're hoping to encourage more and more interest in pediatrics nationally and also within our own city for students that are coming up through the pipeline. And then, of course, just to highlight New Orleans one last time, it really is a unique big city, certainly urban. We are not in the rural category here, but it has a small town hospitality. So you really do feel like you're part of a big family. We have tons of history. The food in New Orleans is second to none. We have Mardi Gras, Jazz Fest, Essence Fest, and more, as well as multiple outdoor activities. And of course, the Saints and Pelicans. We are big Saints fans here in the city of New Orleans. And I also like the Pensacola beaches. So I will say this, it is a short 3.5-hour drive to leave a big urban city of New Orleans and see the white sands and blue waters to get to the beach. Oh, who dat? That's right. I don't know who that is, but thank you. Go Saints. Thank you. And that's all. And I really hope you'll come meet us during interview season. We'd be thrilled to meet everyone. And don't hesitate to reach out to me in the chat if you have any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have University of Tennessee.
Hello, my name is Dr. Carla Garcia, and I'm the program director, and I'm joined tonight by Dr. Jason Zerwick. He is one of our APDs and also a graduate of our program who's now a hospitalist at our program, and our wonderful chief resident, Dr. Sarah Rodriguez-Wow, also lovingly known as Dr. Wow because she will wow you. So let me tell you a little bit about our program here. We have a fairly large facility of 130 beds. We're actually the tertiary care facility for a very large catchment area, about 150-mile radius. We do have a level 4 NICU with a complete neonatal transport team that can bring patients from that 150-mile radius down to our children's hospital. We our level 1 trauma center with a recently expanded 18-bed PICU that provides lots of, I guess, high-level care for our residents and for our residents who are more and more now going into hospitalist fellowships, feel very comfortable handling higher acuity patients when they go on their own. We have a state-of-the-art pediatric emergency department that is, the faculty there are all pediatric emergency medicine trained and with plenty of visits per year. We have a brand new state-of-the-art outpatient center that we christened in 2019. And that's where our residency continuity clinic is housed, in addition to all our subspecialty clinics as well, which also includes a sleep center and a cardiac echo labs, full pulmonary labs, and a brand new pediatric dedicated MRI is going to be there, and opening outpatient endoscopy and bronchoscopy suites right there in the outpatient center for outpatient procedures, and looking forward to expand to have dental suites as well for our patients. We use a night flow system to minimize overnight call to maybe one time only on inpatient and occasionally on the PICU rotations. We are involved in the AIR study where we have already done 3 years of an X+Y immersive curriculum, which we'll talk about a little bit later, but I'm mentioning it now because it allows us to have great work balance and to minimize cross covers to basically 0 to 1 and minimize any overnight call. You have an average of 1 day off and 7 with 3 weeks vacation and sick leave as well, as you can see there, and up to 6 weeks of paid medical parental leave per residency time. We as faculty outnumber the residents at a 2-to-1 ratio. We have every single subspecialty represented here. We do not do transplants, however, or cardiac surgery. We send those to our regional facilities, but as soon as they have their surgical procedures done, they come right back to us for ongoing care. As a little bit about our curriculum, we also do 13 blocks, but they're in 3+1. So all rotations are 3 weeks, followed by 1 week of an intense ambulatory care experience. And that's kind of like your Zen time to relax and enjoy general pediatrics. You are guaranteed a golden weekend every single block, and many residents get 2 or 3 golden weekends, especially if they are on electives. Definitely graduated autonomy. You are leading a team by the time you are a second year. There's no NICU night float or overnight call in the NICU or in the nursery as well. We have plenty of didactic experiences to get you ready for your boards with ongoing board review every single week, ambulatory lectures. We use Friday afternoon block lectures in addition to our morning report and grand rounds and interesting case conferences and journal club. You name it, we've got it. We have everything a larger institution has, but with that smaller family feel. We have 9 residents per class, and we've been approved to expand if we wanted to in the near future. We also have institutional GME lectures that many of our faculty attend, and our institution, because we have 8 other residency programs at our institution, is very dedicated to faculty development. But not only do we have faculty development in our at the institutional level, we have a very strong faculty development in the pediatric department as well. We have a resident as educators curriculum that starts in the second half of the intern year and goes on to the first half of the second year to prepare our residents to be good educators themselves. And some of these experiences had led some of our residents to change their mind and pursue more academic leadership roles and decide on maybe going on into fellowships that would lead them into GME leadership positions. Our quarterly debriefing small group sessions are excellent opportunities to discuss any problem that's going on in the institution, but also debriefing sessions to talk about patient experiences, difficult experience between patients and families. So great opportunity to incorporate diversity, equity, inclusion, belongingness, all those things that many of the other programs have discussed as well. We focus a lot on community service and patient advocacy. That's some of the things that many of you as M4s, M3s, M2s, and 1s were involved in and put on your CV. And you don't want to let that go because it was such an important part of who you were and what made you want to become a pediatrician. So we have actually a distinction in community service awards for residents who go above and beyond the call of duty of participating in community service, and also patient advocacy. We've had residents participate in city council leadership and participate in making decisions about where the city parks go and where the busing should be for our patients. So our residents have many opportunities to get involved in the community that they're serving. We also have other community, unique community advocacy rotation that you do in your intern year that really puts you in touch with all the community resources that you're going to need to be able to become a great pediatrician, and even going on into fellowship. And so we have a great partnership with our community partners like Project Hug or the WIC system or the Exceptional Education Department that work with our residents and helping them train them in some of these very specific needs that our patients will have. I have the next slide, please.
And you have about 1 more minute.
Oh boy, I need to talk faster. So one of the things that are important for us is that we graduate residents that are going into general pediatrics, about 50%, but 50% go into fellowship, and they all get their first or second choice of fellowship. So we have the resources to prepare you to go into any subspecialty that you want. And I do want to highlight that we are going to be the premier pioneer program for the lifestyle medicine board certification. So our residents who participate in this curriculum will be able to sit for their lifestyle medicine boards after they pass their general pediatric boards. I hope that you'll ask us more questions in the Q&A time and finish reading our slide. We have lots of diversity initiatives, and we have coffee houses in the end of the month and in September that we hope that you'll join us to have a little bit longer time for us to chat and get to know each other and to see if our program is going to be a great fit for you, because I guarantee you're going to love Chattanooga. It's a wonderful place. They call it the Scenic City for a reason, and many of our residents come back as fellows to make their home here.
Thank you. Okay, up next we have Morehouse.
Good evening, everybody. I am Dr. Lynn Gardner. I'm the program director here at Morehouse School of Medicine in Atlanta, and I have 2 of my residents on the Zoom with me. I told them to chat in stuff if I was forgetting it. So I have my timer on here because I know we may have 1 more person after us, so I'll be mindful of that. I want to start out by giving you guys a program highlights, 2 big highlights, I think, really will sum up a lot of what we're doing. We have a beautiful, beautiful program here in Atlanta. One of the first things I want to highlight is where we work. Most of our residents' clinical time is spent at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. Children's Healthcare Atlanta is one of the largest pediatric systems in the country. It's comprised of 3 hospitals, but they're all one system. They're all in the same city. Children's Healthcare of Atlanta at Scottish Rite and Children's Healthcare of Atlanta at Eggleston have approximately 500 beds total. And then there's another 20 something beds at Heath Spalding. So Eggleston and Scottish Rite are more of a tertiary care, quaternary care hospitals, regional referral centers. Heath Spalding works like a community hospital downtown, but it works that way, kicked up a couple of notches because of the academic presence. But the residents have a awesome opportunity. It's almost like 2 residency program experiences at once. And so we really pride ourselves on being able to provide a top-notch training for the residents. They don't miss anything. They are exposed to everything. So Children's Healthcare Atlanta, again, in addition to the main hospitals, there are 20 neighborhood locations, 8 urgent cares. The Marcus Autism Center is notable in that it is an incredible place for children with disabilities, neurodevelopmental delays. Definitely our Autism Center is prime there. And then our subspecialty clinic is a little bit, just slightly north of the city, our Center for Advanced Pediatrics, where most of our subspecialties take place. And then, of course, multiple telemedicine presenting sites across the city. So our residents have a wonderful exposure and experience from a medical education standpoint. We really don't worry that they're missing anything, because not only are they not missing anything, but everything that they engage in is robust and complete, and just really a comprehensive experience for the trainees. And at the same time, they are their advocacy, social determinants of health, really understanding that. Those things are woven into every rotation that they do. It would be hard to do a track because it is integrated truly into everything that we do. And in addition to that, the interns have a rotation, their community pediatrics rotation, where they get a chance to really figure out things like, what does it mean to have implicit? What is implicit bias? What is that? You know, and then second year, they have an advocacy rotation where they really learn to advocate for children at the state level in particular. But what does it mean? How do you advocate as a pediatrician? And then in their third year, the residents have an underserved rotation or an under-resourced rotation is really what it's called, and have the opportunity to choose. They can do rural health, homeless health, global health, fairly qualified health center, and we have a school-based mobile unit as well. So opportunities to then apply what they're learning additionally in a concentrated way in the community. And of note also, we will have a brand new hospital, another one coming in 2024, but that's down the road. Quickly, our curriculum is not unlike many of that have been talked about today. We're about 40% inpatient, 60% ambulatory. Our teaching sessions are, as stated before, they're all quite good. And then grand rounds, case reports, journal clubs, that sort of thing. And then we do have a board review elective. Like in the third year, we have the residents do a whole block of board prep in addition to the board prep that takes place with their didactics. It's also around the content specification for the American Board of Pediatrics. Second slide, please. And then a few more details. We're a small program, 6 categorical positions each year. And we are, of course, ACGME accredited. Our diversity initiative is to train residents from different places, different cultures. You know, we don't do pushes for underrepresented minorities because almost everybody in our program is that. And so we really drill down to figure out what does it mean to be diverse, and really trying to make sure that our program also represents diversity, equity, and inclusion in other ways, from a religious standpoint, cultural standpoint, geographic standpoint, you know, the difference. And then being in Atlanta, wonderful city. You can, if you have an interest in anything or a diverse, any sort of interest, you can find it in Atlanta. You can find your pocket. We don't have a beach, but we do have beautiful mountains, waterfalls, lakes. So if you're a mountain person and you're thinking about a place to train, definitely don't sleep on Morehouse. Take a look at us, and we'll be happy to show you a little bit more about us with us. And so our residents have communicated a few more things in our rotations in the chat box. So if you'll take a peek there as well, that would be great. But I'm going to stop now in case we have a future presenter.
Thank you so much. All right, and last and certainly not least is Joe DiMaggio.
Hi, this is Sarah Hart-Unger. I'm representing Joe DiMaggio tonight, along with our, it says program coordinator. That is incorrect. That's our associate program director, Carice Pinkney, who will be joining me as well. We're kind of tag team, and I know we're short on time, but I want to cover some of these highlights because I know this is recorded, and if anybody has to jump off, that's great, but I want to cover some of this stuff. All right, so the one thing you need to know about us, other than our wonderful beachside location, is that we are a 4+2 program. I know there was at least one other 4+2 program mentioned so far, but what that means is you do 4-week rotations for most of your core rotations as well as some of your electives, but every single one of those is divided with a 2-week ambulatory block that is mostly primary care, but with other longitudinal rotations sprinkled in, like your behavior and development rotation, our chronic complex care, a lot of our community and advocacy work, as well as adolescent medicine. So those 2-week rotations are all outpatient and very much kind of living the more 9-to-5 relaxed lifestyle with time for scholarly activity and lots of rest, lots of free weekends as well. Joe DiMaggio is a fairly small program housed in a fairly large children's hospital, and that comes with it some advantages. We've been around since 2018, so we're kind of becoming a lot more seasoned in the program world. I was there since the beginning when we were brand new, and our faculty are wonderful and highly supportive of resident research. Our primary care is done in a real-world private practice known as Peds Associates. If you are from this area, you've probably heard of them. So our residents get to work in a much more, I don't know, kind of real-life setting. If you are interested in going into a corporate run, especially large group general peds, you'll get wonderful experience with us working with PA. We also have some unique programs like our narrative medicine course where we do journaling. This is run by Dr. Michelle Smith, one of our ambulatory directors, and we'll do journaling. We often cover topics related to healthcare equity, diversity, and inclusion, and we'll read books that kind of spark conversations about these topics, as well as do journaling and conversations together. And we have the U18 Sideline Doc football program where our residents get trained by our sports med faculty and serve as very important components of the team, basically caring for our football players in the area. They love that experience and they get credit for both adolescent and community as they do this important work. All right, so I went into the 4-week plus 2-week, which is really, really important and what you need to know about our program. And I will let Dr. Pinkney continue with the next slide.
So as Dr. Hart-Unger mentioned, we are a fairly small program housed in I would think, a relatively large entity. We have 8 residents per class. We had our first set of graduates 2 years ago, and they've been able to match at fantastic fellowships at numerous Ivy League institutions, and we've been exceptionally proud of them. We've actually also had now residents beginning to return to us to serve as faculty members, which has been an overall extremely rewarding experience. You know, the reason I think that we've gotten so good at and done so well with our fellowship matches is really the investment and partnership with our faculty. It really speaks to how well they've been able to mentor our residents. And that's something that we pride ourselves on and to continue going forward. And then with regards to diversity, you know, that we have diversity initiatives across the board. Our hospital system is extremely involved and encouraged in taking part in those initiatives. We do tend to match individuals that are from South Florida or close to being from South Florida. And most of our residents are from underrepresented minorities. So that does play an important role in just representing our communities in general. And I'll hand it back over to Dr. Hart-Unger.
Yeah, so we're super excited. This is like our 5th or 6th residency match season, and I feel like we've really come into our own. Can't wait for you to meet some of our residents if you choose to interview with us. And please feel free to put any questions for us in the chat.
Okay, thank you. So that was our last residency program. Does anyone have any questions that they want to ask out loud?
I can go first. My name's Maddie. I am just kind of curious what sort of things y'all have in place to help your interns kind of adjust to residency life and also to moving to your area.
Well, I can answer for our program. Our orientation starts 2 weeks actually before you actually start on July 1, but then your entire first block is a boot camp month because we've done several post-match surveys, and a lot of the incoming interns says that that's something that's very important to them. So 4 weeks of boot camp gets your feet wet with a week of inpatient, a week of inpatient nights, a week of nursery, and a week of ambulatory care. And that entire month, all the didactics are focused towards the interns. They have their own set of didactics to get them the information that they need to know to survive, like neonatal emergencies, neurologic emergencies. What do you do with a febrile infant? DKA and things like that. So we give them all the lectures of the basic information that they get, and they're also paired, so they're not by themselves the first week or second or third or fourth week of that boot camp month. And it's been so successful that we've been doing it now, I think, Dr. Zerwick, I think 5 years now, and Dr. Rodriguez, wow, you can attest to that, being a graduate of our program and now a chief, how important it is that we've had it.
We're also really big on mentorship and pairing you with a buddy as you get started. We have a pretty long orientation program, which includes what we call a buddy day, where you basically follow somebody else around and see what they're doing and see how they're using Epic. And we pair you with both, actually the residents took charge of this year, but every new intern gets paired with a senior resident. That's their like senior buddy. Plus you get your faculty mentor from the very beginning. So you always kind of have guiding lights to turn to, and we encourage you to interact with them early and often.
And at Morehouse, we have similarly our families. So their first, second, and third years, all of them are in a triplet, so to speak, and they do a lot of the day-to-day. This is how you get this done. This is where this is. Don't forget this. So all that. And then we also have a lead retreat that's a day long where the senior residents and all the residents together, we kind of go through a lot of the nuts and bolts about what needs to happen. But I do think that the our resident families is what we call them. The resident families plays a pivotal role in making sure that the interns are kind of guided into their first block in a way where it doesn't seem so terribly overwhelming. I've gotten really good feedback on the way it's worked in the past.
Here in Pensacola, we also have a family structure where we try to pair our incoming interns with sort of a resident family, just sort of introduce to people to the different things in the community, like where to look for daycare if you need that, or where you put your kiddos in school if that's something that you're interested in. But we try to start that process earlier on. This past year, we instituted more buddies earlier, even in the interview process, to even give the opportunity for the interviewees to ask our residents questions before they matched like that. So we've learned along the way in the virtual season that because you don't get the opportunity to come here and visit here, that you're maybe at a little bit of a disadvantage in knowing how to move here. So that's where we focus most of our energy on getting people oriented.
We do similar at LSU. We call it their residents call it dynasties, and it's peer groups of first, second, and third years. They have socials once a month. They go to meals, and of course, all of the other orientation onboarding that people say. But it's really about peer support as well as faculty being involved and being able to mentor along the way, and having an approachable faculty on those rotations to make them feel comfortable and welcome asking questions.
Thank y'all.
I just wanted to ask, how do residents receive feedback in your various programs? Thank you for taking the time to speak to us.
So at Joe DiMaggio, we have a pretty extensive feedback program that's very well organized. We have indirect feedback, or that happens just throughout the rotation, but also we set up meetings pretty frequently with each resident, myself, Dr. Hart Unger, the other APD, and speak directly with the residents after getting evaluations back from the faculty after a rotation. So they have feedback throughout the rotation that's more, I would say, low-key, not as formal, but also formal feedback with the PD and the APD throughout their entire 3 years of training.
I know we only have 15 seconds, but I will say at Morehouse, we definitely have feedback and evaluation. Of course, feedback being the formative and the evaluations being summative. So both of those elements are pretty strong in the program.
Welcome to room number 4 for the Southeast Regional Webinar. I am very, very excited to welcome you tonight. I am Snimarjot Kaur. My pronouns are she and her. I'm an international medical graduate from India, and I work as a postdoctoral researcher at Massachusetts General Hospital in pediatrics endocrinology currently. I serve as the Associate Director for Public Relations in FuturePedsRes, and I will be your moderator for tonight. We will go through one program each by each, and we'll give around 5 to 7 minutes for each program to talk about themselves, and then we'll take any questions in the end. Applicants can put their questions in the chat, and I will read them out in the end. without much ado, let's just dive right in. I'm going to move to the first program, and we're going to start with University of Virginia. I'm going to request the team of the program to come and talk about the program.
So hello, good evening, everybody. I'm Lisa Hainstock. I'm one of the Associate Program Directors at the University of Virginia. I do believe Barrett Barnes is here also. He's the Program Director. Barrett, are you here? I know he's had trouble with Wi-Fi since there was a storm coming through here. So just to give you some highlights about the program, for those of you who have not been to Charlottesville or may not know a lot about the city, it actually is a city, not a town. So some people don't realize that it is actually a quite big city, and it is a quaternary referral center. So we actually see a huge depth and breadth of pediatric cases. I was just talking with one of the interns a couple of hours ago, and she said, I never thought that I would see NF1, Rett syndrome, and cystinosis in my first 6 weeks of residency at Charlottesville. And she saw all of those things, but yet she also has seen very bread and butter pediatrics like neonatal sepsis and pyelonephritis. So you get a lot of variety here. I am not one to toot my own horn, but I do think it's important to note that UVA has had a lot of accolades in the last several years. One that I want to note is that we were recognized as one of the top 50 teaching hospitals in America in 2020. So I think that's something to be really proud of and something that's important if they're going to be training here. Something you also might not realize is that Charlottesville is where the International Rescue Committee is housed. So we are actually a resettlement center for refugees. Another highlight that I think is very unique to UVA is that we have a home visit program. And this has been in place for the last almost 30 years. So once a month, we have our pediatric residents go do well child checks in their patients' homes with one of the attending physicians. And it's really a special experience where they get to see where their patients live and where they're coming from. I think other highlights in terms of the curriculum is that we have dedicated time for hands-on learning. So we have Wednesday school, one Wednesday afternoon per month. Residents hand over their pagers to the attendings. I have been in that situation where they hand over the pager, and I, in fact, do put orders in and admit patients all by myself. And the residents are allowed to then enabled to participate in these sessions. And we just had one yesterday where they were learning splinting and other procedural things that they might do in the emergency department. We also have special curriculum related to diversity and inclusivity and mental health. Another thing that I think is really special about this program is that we actually have a teach rotation. So in your second year of residency, you have 1 month block where you are the teach resident and you are afforded an opportunity to teach the third year medical students. And I know as an attending, being an observer, watching the residents do this, it is truly a highlight of their residency, and they love doing it. And it teaches them a lot of important skills moving forward when they move on through their careers. Can you move on to the next slide, or is that me? There we go. In terms of the details of the program, we are a medium-sized program, so 12 residents per class, 11 categorical, 1 child neurology. This enables you to really get to know all of the residents in your class. Our residents actually know their spouses' names, their children's names, their dogs' names, even their parents' names. So it's really a very community feel. The tracks that I think that I want to highlight is that we have a global health track, and the details are here on this slide. We also have a clinical educator track, which is something that I developed with Dr. Linda Wagner Fountain back in April, May of 2020. So do the math. That was a pretty crazy time, but we felt it was important to develop this, and it's taken off. And hot off the press, since I gave this to the program here, we now have a primary care track. So for those who are interested in like really getting into primary care, there'll be a specialized curriculum for those residents. In terms of diversity, we do have our own equity and inclusion committee. It is not owned by the School of Medicine or by UVA Hospital. It's actually housed within the Department of Pediatrics, which I think is really special because we own it and we are able to have a lot of really collaborative and really cool ideas to move equity and inclusivity forward. Having said that, we have a couple of virtual open houses coming up this year dedicated to diversity and inclusivity, and that will be on an Instagram page coming up. We also have a scholarship that we offer for qualified medical students to do a rotation here. And that the information on that is on our website as well. I think something that also might surprise people on this call is that we have a lot of diversity here in terms of our patients, and up to 30% of our patients are Spanish speaking. In terms of our location, I think, I don't know how many of you have been here, but I had been here for maybe 1 or 2 days on the interview trail back, I don't know how many years ago, I don't want to say, but I fell in love with this city. And it is truly a beautiful medium-sized city with views of the Blue Ridge Mountains on your way into work. Even though it may not seem like a city that falls onto your radar right away, there are so many opportunities here to do things like see live music, go for hikes, go skiing, go kayaking. Shenandoah National Park is 25 minutes away. There's just so much to do here that, for me, being someone who moved here from Wisconsin 10 years ago and thought I would eventually move back, having to tell my family, my 5 siblings, my extended family, everybody that I'm not leaving, is just a testament to what an amazing place this is. And I know we're at 5 minutes and I'm trying to keep on time, but I think above and beyond the place and all the details is the people here are just truly amazing people that I love being around. And when you guys meet with our residents, you will see right away that it is truly a family here. And there's really a community spirit and camaraderie. And I adore them like my own children, and they will tell you that. So I would invite you to, if you want to learn more about our program, we have a virtual open house coming up next Wednesday at 7 o'clock, and that's on our Instagram page. You can also look into on our Instagram page. It's actually been up since years before the pandemic. So you can scroll way back before many programs had pages and kind of see what our residents have been doing and get a feel for what this program is all about. So I can take questions at the end, but I just really hope that you guys really think about us as a really strong program that really wants to invite everybody from everywhere. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you so much, Dr. Heinstead, for sharing such personal and heartfelt notes, honestly. And just a shameless plug in, FPR has a calendar on our website that kind of has all the open houses. So programs can actually submit their open houses to that calendar so that everything is in one place. We've tried to create something that would help the applicants. So maybe you want to check that out as well. I'm going to move to the next program, which would be Prisma Health, University of South Carolina, School of Medicine, Columbia. Please feel free to take the stage.
Wonderful, thank you. So hello, everyone. I'm Holly Edwards. I'm one of our associate program directors. Actually joined by a few people on the call. One is Ashley Lynn, who's our program coordinator, who holds us all together. Dr. Maggie Gray, who is our other associate program director, and Dr. Heather Stables, who is the director of pediatric residency QI and research. So I'm very excited to share just at least a little bit about our program and our hospital. We are located in Columbia, South Carolina, which is the capital city and the home of the South Carolina Gamecocks. We have a beautiful freestanding children's hospital that serves as a large referral center, treating over 175,000 infant and children annually. We are supported by over 100 subspecialists and general pediatricians. We have a 65-bed level 3 NICU with over 800 admissions annually. These are just a few listed of our numerous specialty clinics. Some of our ones are our multidisciplinary tuberous sclerosis clinic. We have the largest comprehensive sickle cell care center in South Carolina, as well as hemophilia center. The only primary ciliary dyskinesia center in South Carolina. Also have a lot of satellite programs, which we value a lot by bringing subspecialty care into our rural and underserved communities in South Carolina. So more about our program itself. So we have 13 residents each year. We mostly, I would say about 60% go into primary care, 40% into subspecialty clinics or subspecialty fellowships. We, especially because we have so many that go into fellowship, we have a very robust longitudinal QI curriculum who's led by Dr. Staples. We've developed a scholarly oversight committee that our residents are able to participate in if they would like to, in terms of research and getting guidance and on their projects. And then all of our residents present at the South Carolina AAP annual state meeting, as well as various grand rounds with their QI projects and their research. In terms of kind of our curriculum in general, so we have 13 academic blocks per year. Just want to highlight a couple of our more unique rotations. Two of them are in our third year. One is our wellness rotation that we have started. Basically, it's for our third year residents where they can not only just focus on their own wellness, but also all of our other residents can submit requests and for, hey, I need to go to this appointment. And so the wellness resident will come and cover for that other resident in order to, be able to have a life in residency. I know it's hard to go to different appointments and maintain a normal life. So that wellness resident also helps with that, as well as another rotation is our selective rotation. That is basically an individualized curriculum where we kind of tailor it to, what you're doing in your career, or, hey, I haven't had this opportunity in residency. Can I, have time with this subspecialty or this ancillary staff, and just getting a very tailored, well-rounded, specialized curriculum with that. We also have protected time during our didactics and various grand rounds and other lectures that we do. Certainly have a big priority in terms of our boards. So one of the things is we partnered with the New England Journal of Medicine to get a Knowledge Plus. Basically, it's like a free membership to this Knowledge Plus, which is basically a question bank that our residents can have until they take board. So in the however many months, 6 months after they graduate, to have that as well. In addition to just a monthly board review, and then also an entire month dedicated to more of a high yield board prep in June. Another is rotation that we find very special to our program is ultrasound is really integrated into our curriculum. If you could go to the next slide, I think we have a little bit more. Perfect. So some of that on the left I went over earlier, so I'm just going to finish with some of our diversity initiatives. So we actually have a committee of residents and faculty mentors that are able to meet monthly and, talk about what they want to see happen with our program and our hospital. Some of the things that they've done recently is the development of pronoun badges. They've led a system-wide privilege walk to foster awareness of different backgrounds. Couple of other very unique things, I think, is a formal partnership with our USC School of Medicine SNMA chapter, as well as a partnership with the University of South Carolina School of Law. It's called our CHAMPS program. It's a medical legal partnership. And we refer a lot of our patients, clinic and hospital patients, basically that they really help us with different struggles and like social determinants of health that really help our population in terms of different barriers or struggles that they're going through that really affect their health. So we're very proud and excited about that. I feel like I could go on so much more, but I'll just leave it at that and just say that we have a very, very active Instagram page, and don't worry, it is not run by these old hoagies like me, but our residents run that and do all these posts that I don't even know half of what they're doing. So I just found out what a direct message or DM was the other day. So anyways, pleasure to meet you guys. And yeah, thank you for having the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing with us tonight. I'm going to move to the next program, which would be Orlando Health Arnold Palmer Hospital for Children Pediatric Residency. I would invite the team to talk about the program.
Hello, guys. My name is Mariam Zaini. I am a associate program director here at Orlando Health Arnold Palmer. Thank you so much for having us tonight. Just a little background about me. So I did my residency at Arnold Palmer and then did a chief residency year and then stayed on as a pediatric hospitalist and now associate program director. So to say that I really am passionate about this program is an understatement. I really love our program as well as Orlando, and we'll kind of get into that a little bit. But our program is a university affiliated community program, but we're also a tertiary care center. So we get a little bit of everything, the best of kind of both worlds. We are also a top children's hospital by US News and World Report. And, something that makes us unique in Orlando is that we're the only level 1 trauma center here. So we, get all of the traumas in the area and get a lot of really good exposure for our residents in the ICU setting and the, step down units and everything like that. We also have all of our spectrum of care is in one campus. So we have our children's hospital, our baby hospital, and then also our pediatric clinic are all walking distance from each other. And we have a very busy NICU as well. And our Winnie Palmer is one of the busiest baby hospitals in the country. We have about 40 babies delivered a day and a very large NICU as well. So a lot of really good exposure for our residents there. And we have 14 residents a year. So we have, kind of a medium-sized program where everybody knows each other, and it's a really big, family feel. In regards to our curriculum, we do like a 13-month 4-week block curriculum where each month is focused on one specific topic. And then we have a board review at the end of the year as well in June. And some of the things that we, kind of are more unique programs within our program is our advocacy rotation. So our advocacy rotation is awesome because our residents go to that rotation in first year and really get to know the community and the resources available to our patients. So when we send somebody to early steps, or when we send somebody to have specific therapies or to the food bank, we get to actually see those firsthand and really know the resources in our community. And that's beneficial to the residents as they go through their training to be able to know what they're offering and what there is to offer their patients. We also have a community rotation where the residents get to rotate out in the community and work really closely with the pediatricians and really network as well. And one of the other unique electives that we have that's part of our program is, in general, we have the residents get to do a lot of electives to really understand kind of different areas, which helps for board prep as well as kind of career planning in terms of subspecialization. And then we also have a med ed teaching rotation, which is a really good opportunity also to help develop and hone skills being a teacher, whether you go on to being a general pediatrician and you're teaching your patients and your staff members, or go on into academic medicine or subspecialty. It's a really great rotation, and it really, the residents really enjoy it, and also get a really good opportunity to work closely with our medical students in addition to teaching residents as well. And then we have our, as I mentioned, our primary care clinic is on our campus. And so we have a longitudinal experience when it comes to that. So residents, their continuity clinic is every week, and they get to really know their patients really well and be their doctor. So if I can move on to the next slide. So in regards to kind of where our pediatric residents move on to, about a third of us end up going into subspecialty fellowships, and the rest go into general pediatrics all over the country. And we do have a few fellowships as well in PICU, emergency medicine, sports medicine, and we actually recently started a NICU fellowship as well. In regards to diversity initiatives, I'm actually one of the leaders of the Diversity Council, and we have both a GME Diversity Council, so graduate medical education, but also we have our own pediatric residency diversity council with multiple committees that are very active. We have sometimes at least monthly events, if not more than one event a month. We recently had a community outreach event where we had underrepresented in medicine students come and do like a career day and learn how to use a stethoscope, suture, take blood pressures, things like that. We also do cultural food days, and then other like educational components within the didactic curriculum as well. And then we also do have scholarships for underrepresented in medicine rotating students as well. And then in regards to kind of being a resident, a really big important part of that is what to do once you're off shift and able to kind of relax and have a good work-life balance. And so Orlando is definitely a great location for that. Everybody always thinks of Disney, obviously, but there's so much else to do in Orlando too. We're just driving distance from the beach on either side, really. And we also are, very close to the Orlando International Airport. So just the airplane ride away from anywhere that you want to visit. And honestly, the weather is really can't be beat. It's sunny, and the residents are always getting together after hours, and there's always things to do in Orlando. So thank you so much. If you guys have any questions, please feel free to put them in the chat or contact us after.
Thank you so much for sharing. It is very exciting to learn about these programs like at this one place. And I really like the idea of the cultural food day, because from where I come from, I really like sharing Indian food with everybody, and I really like that idea. Thank you so much for sharing with us. I'm going to move to the next program, which would be East Tennessee State University. Feel free to start whenever you're ready.
Hello, everybody. My name is Lauren Swift. I'm the program director at ETSU. I do have two of my chiefs with me today, and I told them they wouldn't have to talk during this, but they're here for support. So East Tennessee State University is in Johnson City, Tennessee, which is in the northeast corner of Tennessee, kind of at the base of the Appalachian Mountains. We serve a very large 21 county region, mostly rural patients, and then serve the Tri-Cities area of Northeast Tennessee, which includes Johnson City, Kingsport, and Bristol, Tennessee / Virginia. So we have a lot of patients that come from our region of Northeast Tennessee, from Southwest Virginia, a few from Kentucky, and we even get a few from Western North Carolina as well. So serve a pretty large area. Our primary training site is Niswonger Children's Hospital. It is a freestanding hospital connected to an adult hospital, but definitely freestanding and actually about to undergo a renovation. We're going to be adding some floors to the hospital, so lots of growth in our region and within our department has been going on. We do have 24 pediatric beds, 10 PICU beds, and 39 NICU beds with room to flex up in each of those areas if we have to. We are considered a level 1 trauma center, pediatric and adult, and we are a level 3 NICU, and our NICU sees about 700 admissions a year. One exciting thing about our program is that we are a St. Jude Children's Research Hospital affiliate. So we serve our region and partner with St. Jude's for our cancer and hematology patients. And so it's really special for the patients. You know, they come in, they may get diagnosed in Johnson City. We can send them to Memphis to the Castle, St. Jude's, and then they can come back to Johnson City and do all their treatments and their follow-ups with our doctors in town so they can stay close to home, which is really nice for our families in our kind of resource limited area. So our curriculum, we have 12 blocks per year, so 1 per month. It's a combination of inpatient and outpatient rotations. We have several subspecialties our residents rotate through. So on those, you do clinic and work on consults in the hospital. And we have opportunities for away rotations. So I had a resident who is now a cardiology fellow. We do not have a cardiac surgery program in Johnson City. And so we have opportunities for residents to experience those sorts of rotations. If that's something they're interested in with their career, we really want to help them go on to kind of experience those things. We have a very strong resident wellness curriculum, which I'm sure my chiefs will talk about in the happy hour, but we've listened to feedback and kind of changed our schedule around to try to decrease burnout, especially in pandemic times of being at the hospital all the time. So trying to get as many golden weekends as we can in people's schedules. And then we do about 5 hours of didactics per week, and that is a range of different things that we focus on. So we do an 18-month rolling curriculum kind of based on different systems. And so you're exposed to different topics twice throughout your training. And within our curriculum, we do QI, journal club, grand rounds, board prep, lots of board prep and kind of team-based learning amongst the residents, presenting questions and kind of going through various things to really hit the board prep hard. You can go to the next slide, please. So our residency is small. We have 8 residents per class. We were able to grow to 8 this past year. So eventually we'll have 24 total residents. We have 2 tracks our residents can choose from. So you can do a general pediatrics track or a subspecialty track. And there's lots of opportunity for research from, writing a case report to doing your own clinical research with lots of advisors and opportunities amongst our faculty. We don't have any fellowships at our program, so that really allows for a really strong mentorship with our faculty. And I've heard this a few times. I think it's a testament to the Southeast region that it's really a family feel. I think a lot of the programs you'll get that kind of everyone is there to support each other, to really take care of the kids of the region they're in. And so our faculty and residents are really friends and family and work together to take care of those kids, and they feel comfortable. My residents feel comfortable texting or calling if they have questions, no intimidation or anything like that. Residents are also first up for procedures. So if you're really interested in doing procedures in the NICU and the ED on the floor, you're the one who gets to do it, since we don't have any fellows who are looking for those opportunities as well. One of the strongest things I think of our program, and I'll tell you, I'm a transplant to Johnson City and did not experience this in my training. We have a really strong integrated behavioral health training program. So there's a integrated behavioral health kind of collaborative within the College of Medicine, and the psychology department is embedded. And so we have psychologists embedded in our clinics, so that you pretty much anytime can refer your patients to them and do warm handoffs, and they'll see your patients that day, which is really special, I think, for our patient population. Again, kind of in a resource limited area, we can provide those resources for them kind of on the spot. And it's really great education for someone who's going to go out and practice rural medicine to really get a hold on mental health, behavioral health, because as we know, that's growing and something you're going to want to be prepared to do in your practice. We have a pretty flexible individualized curriculum and lots of global health opportunities. So we have a very strong global health rotation, and within the department or the College of Medicine, it's actually run by one of our adolescent medicine doctors. And so there's really good partnerships and rotations our residents can participate in if they're interested in global health. And then as far as diversity, we have a very diverse recruitment committee, and there's a subcommittee that kind of works on holistic review of applications to make sure that we're doing that appropriately. We have a very strong advocacy program within our program led by one of our wonderful doctors, Dr. Sketsina. She has really, even in pandemic times when we couldn't do things in person and all that's coming back, she's really kept up relationships with our community stakeholders, and our residents have opportunities to kind of meet with the community, get the buy-in, and really see how we can best serve our patient population. We train on social determinants of health and do ACEs screening in our clinic, and we have an annual grand rounds that focuses on cultural competent care, and then kind of focusing on bias and racism in healthcare. And then Johnson City, I didn't really know where Johnson City was until I moved closer to this region. So we're in the corner of the northeast part of Tennessee. We are in the mountains, and there's lots of water, lakes and rivers around here. So if you like doing outdoors things, this is a great place to come. You can go walk, drive 5 minutes and be on a great hike, or be kayaking on the river. We also are close to the beach. It takes about 4 hours to get to the beach if you're interested in that. We have a very nice regional airport, so it's easy to fly in and out of if you want to take a long weekend. And we're really close to bigger cities too, if you're looking for something to do on your golden weekend. So I really love Johnson City. Like I said, I'm a transplant here, and I don't see myself leaving anytime soon. I think the patient population is really special and unique, and brings a lot of fulfillment in our jobs. And if you are interested in learning more, we have our website, and then we're on Instagram. It's also resident run. And I just like things. I don't really participate otherwise in the Instagram, but thank you for taking the time to listen to us, and please let us know if you have any questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Swift, for sharing with us, and the chief residents for being here. And I really love the idea of the golden weekends. I'm going to move to the next program, which is the Nemours Children's Hospital. And we welcome you tonight as the program where our co-director from last year, Dr. Adobe, went to. We're very excited to have you tonight.
Oh, we love her so much. We love her so much. So
we love her so much. She's so amazing.
Hope I proud. So allow me to introduce myself. My name is Corinne Bria. I'm one of the associate program directors. Our program director is Dr. Amber Hoffman. I have two co-APDs, Dave Hash and Cindy Villacres. And then we have two amazing, one program administrator who is Kelly Kirk, and then one program coordinator who is Lily Toro. And so, yes, we are very, very excited to be here. We are probably the youngest program here. We are officially 4 years old. We just graduated our first class of residents, which is really exciting. We have about 50% pursue fellowship and 50% pursue general pediatrics, and that has held true for last year and this year. We don't have a ton of data yet, but that's where we seem to be living right now. We share a city with APH. It's so nice to see our friends here. Hello, hello. So we share the city of Orlando with them, and it's really exciting to be in this robust and vibrant city. Orlando really is the city beautiful. So Nemours Children's Health it's a freestanding children's hospital. We house about 130 inpatient beds. That number keeps growing. So please don't hold me to that. We may have more beds by the time recruitment starts. It's a really beautiful state-of-the-art facility. We care for a tremendous amount of complex patients. We have bread and butter pediatrics, but it's really our complexity, I think, that really sets us apart. We're located in a beautiful area called Lake Nona. We are very lucky that our residents have their newborn nursery in Osceola Regional Medical Center, and then their continuity clinic is downtown, and we call it 1717 because the address is 1717 Orange Avenue. So our residents get to see a diverse location as well as a diverse patient population. We do have traditional call months during our residency, but we don't have weekend rounding shifts. We're not going to pull you in on electives. So even though there's call, we have done the math. Actually, we didn't do the math. One of our residents did the math. And the amount of quality time you have at home is significant, which is really important to us as we strive to grow wellness and grow well-being within each of our residents as well as our program. And I agree with what has been said before. In the Southeast, I'm originally from the Philadelphia area. I did all my training at Cincinnati Children's. So I've been in Florida for the past 5 years, but I will say I'm very drawn to that family-oriented, that family feel culture, that take care of one another. I often say to my residents, as well as my own kids, I have 4 biological children and 36 non-biological children. So 12 residents a year. And I feel very, very lucky to be in this role with them. So we really have, when I think about our curriculum, we have 6 pillars of our curriculum. So I don't think that you can start in pediatrics or any form of medicine without high quality evidence-based clinical care. We are very much ready and geared towards training the advocate pediatrician. Diversity, please look at our class. We recruited a class, 67% of our incoming class, our intern class, is diverse. We have 5 native Spanish speakers who are doing an amazing job taking their interpreter test, scoring 95, 96% on a very, very difficult test, and really doing this for our patients. So very, very proud of that. Even though the ACGME doesn't mandate research, we do have a research requirement at our program, but we also provide time within the schedule to do so. Simulation is very important. Procedural training, I just don't think we can get enough of it, if I'm being honest with you. And as I mentioned before, well-being. We have some really special aspects of our curriculum. The Nemours Academy of the Master Educator, the NAME program, is a faculty development course, but it is really a medical educator development course, and our residents, our chief residents, participate in this along with faculty. Our Quality Champions program allows small teams throughout the hospital to use the IHI guidelines to take a project from inception to completion. Our morning report it's our best and most robust conference, very geared towards board prep. And then we have 2-hour Friday workshops for advocacy, for well-being, for ethics, for diversity, equity, and inclusion, for simulation. So that workshop feel on Friday just gives a different educational flavor. We are very similarly to other programs. We have 13 4-week blocks. It's really interesting. We have 12 residents, but 13 blocks. So the math is a little bit interesting. And then we have the 1 half-day of continuity clinic each week. If you'd go ahead and just change the slide for me, that'd be great. So as we kind of talk about I've talked a little bit about these details. I think it's really important. And one of the things I want you to remember about us is we don't have specialized tracks, but that is intentional and deliberate. We are nimble and we are very good at pivoting. And in Florida, we yell pivot a lot because of hurricanes, but we are very good at ensuring that our residents have what they need in terms of their career. We not only ask them what they want to be, so what field they want to go into, but who they want to be. What is their niche? What is their the other things that they are passionate about that we can begin to develop as their residents? And so really, we have yet to have a resident come to us to say, I'd like to pursue, for example, like primary care. I'd like to pursue pediatric emergency medicine. And we have yet to struggle to build a curriculum for them around that subspecialty or around that primary care niche. And again, like I said, we were so excited. Our first class graduated. We have alumni, which is really, really exciting. And part of this is with our continued accreditation, we are preparing for fellowship launch. So we really like the idea of fellowships as layering education and being very much supportive. We pride ourselves in taking great care of the medical students at the University of Central Florida. All of them rotate through us in pediatrics during their 3rd year for their clerkship, and then they frequently come to us during their 4th year for various electives. So with the medical student, we also have NOVA students that are with us now, and which is very exciting. So we have our medical student component, we have our residency component, and now adding on our fellowship, it feels complete. Again, like I told you, please take a look at our classes. I really feel like you will see the very important faces and spaces that are so important to diversity, to representation. We know that patients, when they see themselves in their caregivers, in their providers, that their care is better. And we are very, very proud of that. We have a task force throughout the hospital. It's our DRIVE task force. And then we also have both a DE&I resident committee as well as a recruitment committee. So we think it's really, really really important to have both of those aspects, as we are very deliberate and intentional about recruitment. We have virtual second looks throughout recruitment. I'm in the first cohort of the anti-racist medical education program, which has been really, it's very eye-opening, and I really lean into some of the uncomfortability. I think it's very important as a medical educator to always be learning, and this is something that I have really, really just learned a tremendous amount from. We do a lot with regards to recruitment. We do holistic review, we do blinding, we do behavioral-based interviewing, and then listening hours have proven to be more like simple in concept, but very, very important as we learn about the experiences of our residents, of our patients, incorporating the social determinants of health, incorporating adverse childhood events, and just really, really taking the time to learn, and always being willing to listen. So yes, Orlando, the city of beautiful, it is robust, it is vibrant, it is just it is a great place to live. The outdoor living is amazing. You will be close, very, very close to the theme parks, but I challenge you to find more. There is so much more here. You can kayak in clear canoes or clear kayaks with the manatees. It's really interesting. Our landing pad for our helicopter is actually on the ground because we are in international airspace, because we are so close to the airport. It is literally a hop, skip, and a jump from both the hospitals where I live right now. My family, we go to Siesta Key every year. It is an hour and 45 minutes away. It's a wonderful paradise, basically. The Keys are not far. You can go just about anywhere along the peninsula and have just a wonderful time. So please enjoy the parks, but don't limit yourself there. Much like everyone else, we have an Instagram. It is completely resident run. They take great pride in it. I do weekend takeovers. Be prepared for those. It will definitely be staccato, but I will try. It will feature my children for sure, because they're the ones that know more about social media than I do. So I think I'm the last person standing between you guys and your happy hour. So I will wrap up there, but thank you so much. We're so excited to be here. We're so excited to share this space with such amazing programs. I wish I was an applicant again so I could apply to the other 4 programs in this session. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you so much for being here tonight and sharing with us. Your excitement is so palpable. I am excited listening to you. Thank you so much. We're going to move to the questions, and we do not have any questions in the chat right now, as far as I can see. But applicants, please feel free to put your questions in the chat. In the meantime, we do have some questions that we got from social media. So I'm gonna post that first. So there was this question about mentorship opportunity, like how mentorship runs in the programs. Is there something set in stone, and how do residents get their mentors? So if, I don't know if you'd like to take turns and go about that would be great. Thank you so much.
I can go first with Orlando Health. So we have a mentorship program. I'm actually in charge of the advisor program, and essentially prior to coming in as an intern, we usually have you match with like an advisor that is somebody who would be aligned with your possible career goals, as well as we actually have like a diversity alignment as well, if that's what you choose. So the program is flexible in terms of, if somebody decides that they want somebody else as their advisor, or, they align better with someone else in the future, that's totally fine. But it's really kind of to support the residents as much as possible, and just have somebody who they can reach out to in order to help set them up for success during residency and beyond.
Hey, I can answer as well for our program. I'm Maggie Gray from Prisma Health, USC Midlands. We have a formalized mentorship program that we're actually kicking off this year. We've always had robust informal mentoring, but we have a formalized curriculum that's actually starting this month, where we will match up residents or allow them to select a mentor of their choice from the faculty in our program. They will have regular scheduled meetings during which we will provide guidance as far as discussion topics as they get the year rolling. And then as that relationship forms and builds, we will then let that kind of go its own organic way over time. But our goal is to match up residents with mentors within their field of interest. And so we have a kind of a matching system that we are setting up to work from both sides of that.
Thank you so much. We have another question in the chat, but if before that, if any other program would like to answer the previous question, please feel free to. I can move to the next question, which is from Lauren in the chat, which says, what is the general consensus of how the secondary application and signaling will factor into this application cycle? I don't want to call people out, honestly. Please feel free to unmute yourself and answer the question.
I'll start this one. We were just talking about this today, to be honest with you. So we're very excited about this and we're taking it very seriously. One of the things that has been challenging about the virtual environment is that we love the fact that of the equity that it creates, of the way that it makes, you know, the world smaller. So we get to see people and meet people that we otherwise never would. But at the same time, it also can create I don't want to say confusion, but it's really hard to know sort of who is really interested in your program and who isn't. So we're really hopeful. Again, this is the first year we're doing this, so I'm sure we're going to live and learn and we're ready for that. But we're really hopeful that between the 5 tokens and the 3 geographical regions, that we'll be able to get a good sense of who is genuinely interested, at least in the region, if not in our program. We really like the idea. There's so many like rules and stipulations. So like, for example, like ophthalmology, if you're offered a visiting rotation, you don't have to do a token. But like in pediatrics, all the tokens are the same amount and you use them the same, you use them equally. If you're interested in a program, you send them a token. And so I think that sort of streamlined nature of pediatrics, I really appreciate. And so again, when we look kind of at the region that we're in, it's a really, like, I think most of the programs here, we're in a really large region. So that's going to be challenging, I think, but for the most part, I think it will help. It will help really identify those applicants who are really interested. Again, I think it only benefits the applicant. And it does help the program too, if I'm being very honest, but I'm really excited to see where this goes and see what comes of it.
Hi, Lauren Swift from ETSU. I met with my 4th years going into peds a couple weeks ago, and we talked about this. And I think, you know, we're all the guinea pigs, which is kind of nerve-wracking, but I look at it as another piece of the holistic review of the application. So just because you signal me doesn't mean you automatically get an interview. It's kind of, you know, how I look at it. You know, I'm a very small rural program, and so it is sometimes hard to gauge if you're interested in coming to Johnson City. So like Dr. Bria was saying, I think it will be helpful, but it's not the only thing that we're going to be looking at. And I think APPD has done a really good job of trying to explain everything to us as program directors and programs and how to use it appropriately. And it'll be a learning experience for all of us. So I think I wouldn't be too, I think it adds a lot of work to your application. So be thoughtful in how you fill it out and how you use it, but don't be so nervous about it. Because I think, again, it's just a piece of the holistic review, which PEDS programs are really good about doing anyway. So that's my 2 cents on it.
Thank you so much for sharing, Dr. Swift and Dr. Bria. I know that we are just about 2-3 minutes left to moving to the main room. So before that happens, I really want to thank everybody who joined us tonight, the programs and the applicants. It is because of you that, you know, this is happening and we can't do this all alone. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. And I would take any more questions that come into the chat. And if not, until we break out, the next question that I have is on the wellness initiatives that the program has. It is the hot topic. We've talked about this in like every webinar. So if any program would like to talk about theirs, that would be great. Thank you.
I'll go again. We have a very strong resident-run wellness curriculum that does have a faculty kind of advisor, but he's kind of hands-off. And so our residents meet once a month, kind of at in a didactic time. It's not required. There's various activities each month. We try to do a quarterly event that GME actually sponsors outside of the hospital. So I think they're doing roller skating next month, maybe. My chiefs can nod if that's true. But we try to do those events, and then we look for other non-medical things to do within the program with each other. So Johnson City has a really neat Christmas tree festival every year. So we sponsor a tree and we decorate and we go look at the trees, you know, things like that we try to do. So that's a little piece of what we do. I think the Instagram brings a lot of wellness to our residents because they have a lot of fun with it. And I'm sure that my chiefs can explain more in happy hour, but I think wellness is hard, and that balance between, you know, working and doing a good job and then also taking time for yourself. And so we think about it, we focus on it. It's important to us because we want you to continue liking your jobs, continue liking taking care of children, and not get burned out. So it's like you said, it's a hot topic.
Thank you so much. If that is all, then we can go to the main room. If I saw that the Orlando Health. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna just say we also have a really great wellness program. Our chief residents kind of come up with a lot of it's run by the chief residents a lot of the time in conjunction with the residents, and we have like a social committee and everything like that, and also try to do things outside of the hospital and monthly events at the hospital, like during work hours, to try to strengthen the bonds, but also outside of the hospital too. And it just goes in with living in a great place that has a lot of things to do. You really are able to get that kind of time outside of work, which is awesome.
And cultural food day. Sorry, I just got excited.
Yep, it's one of our most popular events for sure.
Yeah, so I think we're kind of done with the breakout rooms, and we're going to the main session. Thank you for joining us. Feel free to leave the room and join the main room. And I think we're ready for the residents happy hour. Thank you so much.
All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Glory Ayonda. I am a recent medical graduate from Windsor University School of Medicine in St. Kitts, and I serve on the FuturePedsRes as one of the assistant directors of webinars. Welcome to Breakout Room 5. All right. So, like we said in the main session, every program has 5 minutes approximately to tell us about their programs, and hopefully we have time at the end to take some questions and answers. But I invite applicants and program representatives to also feel free to use the chat box in case there are any questions, or you're able to answer any questions or ask any questions, just in case we run out of time. All right, so quickly, just to make sure that we have every program represented in this room. So I'm going to call the name of your program. I want you to please unmute your mic if you are a program representative and let us know you're here, okay? University of Alabama.
We're here.
All right. Yeah. Atrium Health, Carolinas.
We're here.
We are here.
University of Tennessee.
We are here.
We're here.
Okay. Vanderbilt University.
We are here.
We are here.
University of Florida, Jacksonville.
Yes, we are here too.
Perfect. All right, so I apologize in advance if I have to stop you at the 5 minutes mark. All right, so we're going to start now with University of Alabama.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Nichols. I'm the program director at UAB, and it's a place where patients are our best teachers and residents become family and opportunities abound. We are housed in a beautiful children's hospital, the only children's hospital in the state. There's an abundance of hands-on experience. We have a 360-bed hospital, so inpatient opportunities are endless. And then we also have a lot of outpatient experience in our primary care clinic, out in the community, and in a 52-bed emergency department, which is also a level 1 trauma center. So as far as curriculum, we have month-long rotations, and I think our favorite venue for learning is our resident run morning report, which is Monday through Friday. We also have daily noon conference, which residents love and also get free lunch there. And we also have board review, which is January through June. And you can go to the next slide, I think. Okay. Yes, we'll be recruiting for 24 categorical pediatric residents, 2 child neurology, 1 peds genetics, and 4 med peds, totaling 31 in a class. We also have the honor of having 18 fellowships which we house in our children's hospital. Though we claim we are a resident-run program, we do not have tracks in the traditional sense, but we do have 4 scholars programs. And let me go back to the tracks. We say we have 97 individualized tracks because we really encourage our residents to find their passion and create their own path. Our 4 scholars programs are probably similar to tracks in the traditional sense, but we have a global health scholars program, a health equity scholars program, a medical education scholars program, and then a McDonald's scholars program, which allows our residents to go out in the rural and underserved areas and have sort of like an immersion experience. We have special interest groups, and my favorite is our community outreach and advocacy group. I hope you'll come away tonight seeing that the reason our residents love UAB is our people and our patients, plenty of opportunities, and it's a phenomenal place to call home. And I'm going to turn it over to our chiefs.
Hey, I'm Vita. I'm one of the chief residents, and I just wanted to talk a little bit about our diversity initiatives because we recognize that our residents are going to be the best kind of doctors, and especially as pediatricians. It's something that we cannot ignore, that health equities do impact our patient populations. And so we've been intentional about creating spaces where they can learn in small cohorts about what that looks like, how to advocate in our Health Equity Scholars Program, which I had the privilege of being a part of, where you can, do immersive experiences 2 times a year, in the spring and then the fall. And then you also have just sessions throughout the year where you can learn about specific topics. But we haven't limited our learning to that. We've incorporated it into all of our education. Our morning reports are sprinkled with ethics and general pediatrics and genetics and journal clubs, things that make it a diverse learning opportunity, but also hit on specific topics of health equities. And we also see that in our noon conferences. And so we are working on allowing our residents experience the value of having a diverse community around them, but also learning about that and sharing about each other's lives as well through our Celebrating Diversity initiatives.
And the last quick thing I'll say is I invite you, if you haven't lived here before, forget everything you think you know about Birmingham. We call ourselves a little big city, and we call ourselves that for a reason, because we've got all the perks of being in a big city: concert venues, sports teams, downtown scenes, suburbs, breweries, hiking, so much more without the expenses and traffic, and with the perks of being a little city. That is, people know who you are, and people know your name when you leave the hospital and you're taking care of the community, and when you're just having fun and meeting people in the grocery store. So absolutely, absolutely. We look forward to meeting everybody for the rest of the night and in the future as well, hopefully along the interview trails.
Thank you.
University of Tennessee.
Yeah, so I'm Dr. Baga. I'm the program director, and I'm going to let my amazing rising chiefs tell you about their experience and what they think is amazing. Good to see so many friends.
Hey guys, so I'm Hannah, and like Dr. Baga said, I'm one of the current 3rd years and one of the pre-chiefs. So just to talk a little bit about our program, UT itself, we work at multiple different hospitals throughout Memphis. Our major one is Bonner Children's Hospital, our love. It is a freestanding children's hospital that has all the good stuff to get all your intense patient care, like your level 1 trauma center and your level 4 NICU. And I think the really special thing about Memphis is that since we kind of lie on the border between Arkansas, Tennessee, and Mississippi, we get a lot of patient diversity and a lot of illness diversity as well. So we have a fairly large catchment area. We also have the opportunity to rotate through St. Jude for at least 2 months. And then if you like it a little extra, you can go there more often. Like myself, I'm going to go spend some time at the ICU this year. And then we also, for a little bit more training at Regional 1 or our adult hospital, that's where we do like our well baby nursery, and we have more NICU experience for deliveries and that kind of stuff. And a big thing that we like to talk about, especially that Dr. Baga loves to talk about and hype up, is our wellness curriculum that we're really big into, and always getting new initiatives off the ground and running, and just making sure we're all doing well while also taking amazing care of our patients. Just a little, oh, you want to talk about the curriculum?
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Samantha. I'm also a third-year resident. I'm just going to talk a little bit about our curriculum. So how everything's laid out for us is we have an even-odd schedule where we alternate between outpatient and inpatient months. So it gives us a chance to work hard on our inpatient months and then kind of recuperate on our outpatient months. It's worked pretty well for all of us. So intern year, we have 6 months that are inpatient and 6 months that are what we deem as outpatient months. And the inpatient months consist of 5 months of inpatient wards and 1 month of inpatient nights. And then the 6 months of the easy months or the outpatient months consist of 1 month of NICU, 2 months of outpatient, 1 month in the ED, 1 month in the of elective of your choice, and 1 month of ID. So a lot of good experiences there. In the second year, we have more exposures to the ICUs. So you have your hard months or your inpatient months will consist of 1 month of NICU, 2 months of PICU, and then in there also a month of well baby nursery and 1 month of inpatient wards as well. You will have your exposure at St. Jude of HEMONC months starting with your second year. So you'll have 1 month of inpatient HEMONC and 1 month of outpatient HEMONC. And then for your rest of your outpatient months, you'll have 1 month of behavior development, your 3 electives, and 1 month of adolescent. And then in your third year, you'll have 2 months of inpatient, 1 month of 2 months of inpatient wards, 1 month of inpatient nights, 1 month of NICU, and 2 months of ED to wrap up your inpatient months. And then the rest are electives and pediatric peds exposures. So far, the only rotation is requiring 28-hour calls is in a NICU, which we get in our second and third year. But from a lot of feedback that a lot of residents have given to our program director and admin, we are shifting away from that to a night flow system to foster more resident wellness and to keep in mind to make sure that we are not breaking duty hours. So fostering wellness is very important for us. And then we all, of course, have morning report and new conferences for didactics that are built into our schedules.
And then just a little bit more nuts and bolts. So every year we have 23 categorical peds, and then we also work in tandem with 2 child neuro residents as well as our med peds co-residents as well. And then we have a whole host of fellowship opportunities. I think we have every subspecialty kind of represented at Le Bonheur, but those are the specific fellowships that you can kind of find a specific mentor at Le Bonheur for, and then actually go into and stay if you're so inclined. And then a little bit about our diversity initiative, since Memphis is such a broad place with a lot of minorities and underrepresented people. This is all really important to us. So we have a specific diversity and inclusion committee that is mostly attendings and then has also some resident representation as well. And then one of the most important things, special things, I think, is the health equity rounds. That was a group of residents came together to kind of create this, and we host noon conferences that kind of talk about specific diversity and equity things that is important to residents and we want to keep in mind whenever we're taking care of patients.
Mm-hmm. And to talk a little bit about Memphis, it's such a great city. I'm from here, so I have nothing but great things to say about it. It's a big city, small town kind of vibe where you can get to most places that you need to go to within 30 minutes with very little traffic. We have almost everything that you can imagine, a little bit of everything for everyone, different kinds of restaurants that you can try, breweries. We have lots of indoor, outdoor activities, great parks that you can bring your dogs to or walk around. And we have great view of the river where you can also kayak and run next to. We also have a beautiful zoo here with pandas, if that's something that you like and enjoy. Great food scene here, lots of great restaurants to try out. So there's a lot to do here. Memphis also, unfortunately, is ranked one of the poorest cities in the country with
about 21% of the population living under poverty line. So that gives us as residents a lot of opportunity to work with this population and to really serve the community and help out where help is needed. And there's a ton of opportunities for advocacy. And we've done that both in the community and in our clinics and also in the hospital, where we've given out gun logs, talked about gun violence, where we've talked about
Thank you so much. Honestly, that was great. Thank you so much. All right, so we'll move on to the next program now.
Okay, so thank you for having us today. My name is Aisha Mirza. I'm the program director. And to all the IMGs out there, I'm also an IMG. So more power to all of us. So in terms of our program, I think the biggest highlight of our program is the fact that we are one of the University of Florida programs obviously we are located in Jacksonville, but we also have some unique partnerships that really, highlight how diverse our program is and how many different learning opportunities our residents have. So firstly, we partner with Wolfson Children's Hospital, which is the only freestanding children's hospital in Northeast Florida. Because of our close proximity to Georgia, so we are serving patients not just in Northeast Florida, across the Florida Panhandle, but also Southeast Georgia. And then along with Wolfson Children's Hospital, we also partner with Nemours Children's Care, which is basically in Jacksonville. They are only an outpatient facility. They don't have an inpatient hospital. So, all these different, institutions really allow our residents to work in many different settings and with many different kinds of populations, lots of kids coming from underserved backgrounds, minority populations. We have a lot of refugees in the city. So there's lots of opportunities for advocacy and for residents to work with underserved communities. Our children's hospital is a level 1 pediatric trauma center. The larger university hospital, which is the safety net hospital for the city as well as the surrounding counties, also is a level 1 trauma center for both this is more for adults, but our residents do. So within the same program, our residents have the opportunity to work in 2 different emergency departments if they so choose. They can work in 2 different level 3 and level 4 NICUs. So again, many different opportunities for learning. We have a brand new critical care tower with a state-of-the-art equipment, the only pediatric MRI in Florida, which basically allows babies to stay warm and their parents to stay next to the babies while they're getting an MRI. So there are only 4 in the world, and we are proud to say we have one of them. We do have some dedicated tracks: research, global health, and community and societal pediatrics. There is a strong emphasis on QI, on patient safety, on different scholarly activities. We have lots of leadership development opportunities. I guess you can go to the next slide. And then many different diversity initiatives that are listed there. So I'm not going to go through them all. Many of the things that you will see across many programs, different councils, resident involvement in different diversity initiatives. Obviously, our patients provide us lots of opportunities for working in these areas. We have 46 residents. I already talked about the different tracks that we have. There are many opportunities for experiential learning, for scholarship. We have a number of different fellowships as well. In terms of the city, so Jacksonville, I think the best way to describe it is it's a large city with a very small town feel. So lots and lots of neighborhoods where pretty much they are self-contained. Lots of opportunities. It's Florida. The weather is nice all year round. We, most of our residents have pets. So very dog-friendly city. Several of them have cats. You can, if you like to run, if you want to go to the beach, if you like to boat, we have the St. John's River. our hospital is located right next to the river, and from my office on most days I can see dolphins playing in the river. So that's the sort of environment that we have around our hospital. So lots and lots of different things to do inside the hospital, outside the hospital. I think a big strength of our program is our residents. Again, like a big family, and within our residents also, there is a lot of diversity. I have residents from Africa, from Asia, from the Middle East, from South America, everywhere. They speak. I sometimes joke that we don't even need an interpreter service. We have at least 15 to 20 different languages that between our residents that they speak. And of course, with that comes diversity in, they all talk about their different cultures, their foods, the different environments that they trained in. So it is overall, I would say, a very rich learning environment that, all of us really enjoy. And I don't know if I have any time left, but I can go on and on, but I will keep it short. Lots of details on our website for those who want to explore our program more.
All right, hello everyone. I'm Sydney Primus. I am the program director at Atrium Health Carolinas in Charlotte, North Carolina. And some of the highlights of our program include our very high acuity and high patient volume, yet we've maintained a family feel. Our roots are as a community residency program, but as we've grown into an academic health center, we have managed to really be intentional and maintained that community feel. And that's really reflected in our culture of being a close-knit family and maintaining the ties to our community. 60% or so, sometimes up to 75% of our residents are going into fellowship every year and have been very successful across all subspecialties. And one of the things that really sets us apart is the fact that our only in-house fellowship is housed in our emergency medicine department. So we have no dedicated pediatric fellowships, which is something that our residents really appreciate because they have that one-on-one connection with their attendings. So in terms of our faculty and our QI coaches, they are dedicated to resident education, clinical care, and resident scholarly work. In addition, Charlotte, which you'll hear a little bit more about, is a really vibrant city with a lot to offer and is definitely one of the highlights of training here. And our growing healthcare system definitely lets our graduates who choose to stay, although they are definitely prepared to practice wherever they want, that they are able to stay in our community as general pediatricians or return as our subspecialty faculty after fellowship. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Hannigan to talk a little bit about our curriculum.
Hello, I am Steve Hannigan. I am our APD for recruitment, and our curriculum in full is listed on our website, but some of our curricular highlights are office-based preceptorship. So we will place you for your second and third years with a community pediatrics office or with a subspecialist or with one of our hospitalists so that you can really learn what it's like to practice in that career and have that longitudinal experience. An alternative to that is our advanced advocacy track, which has a 2-week intensive block early on in your second year of residency, and then you'll have protected half days for the rest of your residency to implement your advocacy project. And then the third option for that is the global health track with a 2-week intensive block during the early part of your second year, protected half days to implement your project during your second and third years, and then a month-long international or local global health rotation working with some of our refugee populations. And that'll be 2 of your elective months over 2 years.
Thank you. We do have 12 residents per class per year. So for the size of our hospital, a relatively small program, which again involves a lot of dedication from our faculty in terms of education to our residents. We have 2 fourth-year chiefs. And again, we have the longitudinal experience that Steve was just talking about that does span your second and third year. And now Steve's going to tell you a little bit more about Charlotte and our DEI initiatives.
Yeah, and before I do, what I really think sets us apart and makes us special is that we are a really big hospital with a relatively small residency. So almost all of our services are duplicated by attending and nurse practitioner teams. And we make sure that our residents have a good case mix, but that also means that we can really protect education, make sure that your time at the bedside is as education focused as it can be in today's healthcare world. So we are really, really good about protecting education and learning over service. I will just take a minute and talk about Charlotte. I could talk to you about Charlotte for hours and hours. It is a great city. It's a growing city. I think we're the 15th biggest city in the country. We have the 6th busiest airport in the world last year. But what makes our hospital and our hospital special within our city is that it's in one of the nicest neighborhoods. So many of our residents used to live in apartments that are within 10 minutes walking to the hospital, and almost all of our residents have less than a 10-minute drive to the hospital. It is very rare to find a beautiful hospital, and ours is only 15 years old, that's located in such a nice neighborhood, and it's something our residents really take advantage of. When you're not working, Charlotte's very much an outdoor city. We have the U.S. National Whitewater Center, which has everything you could ever want to do outdoors, all in the same place. And again, we're an American Airlines hub. So if you have to leave town, it's pretty easy to get a direct flight to almost anywhere. For our diversity initiatives, so about a year ago, we hired a new vice chair for diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I'm really looking forward to see kind of what the next year brings, and some of the new programs that we're going to roll out in the diversity space. One thing that's not listed here is that we were able to award 3 diversity scholarships for underrepresented applicants in medicine this fall. So we're really excited to finally get that program off the ground, and we're going to focus on leadership and how to advance in medical education, in addition to creating a really awesome AI elective for those 3 students. Otherwise, all of our incoming residents do a community bus tour and learn about the history of Charlotte. There's a diversity certificate opportunity through the Atrium Health system, which is a really, really great experience, something that I completed a few years ago. And our faculty and our faculty and our residents are really committed to inclusion. And I hope that as you interview with us, that you see that and that you experience that. And with that, I will turn it back over to our moderator.
Hey everybody, I'm Whitney Browning. I'm the program director at Monroe Carroll Jr. Children's Hospital at Vanderbilt in our residency program. I have our Vice Chair of Education, Dr. Rebecca Swan, on, and our Associate Program Director, Dr. Devang Pistakia, on. I think he's on HEMONC call, so if he disappears, that is why. We have 3 residents joining later, so we hope you'll stay on and ask them all the questions in happy hour. So it's hard to go last, and after hearing about so many awesome programs, and it's really fun to see a lot of friends on this call. So I'm going to tell you why I have loved Vanderbilt for the last 16 years and why I hope you will too. So just a few program highlights. We are a freestanding tertiary care children's hospital with high acuity and high volume. If you like to learn by seeing and doing, we are a great place for you to come and train. We have balanced inpatient and outpatient experiences, which year after year is highlighted by the fact that we have graduating residents that go into any fellowship you can imagine, as well as practicing primary care. And we had, I think it was 60-40 primary care last year, which was awesome to see. We have a really strong GME, which I'm sure is true for many places, but I think it's one of the things that I have loved the most as a program director is being able to work with other program directors to provide all of our trainees unique experiences, like certificates for biomedical ethics, LGBTQ health, global health equity, and a new one in medical humanities and literature. We have our pediatric primary care clinic is one of the largest 10 care providers in Tennessee. And we love seeing our diverse community in our clinic with over 40 primary languages spoken, supported by on-site interpreters and video and language and phone interpreters. I didn't write much on curriculum because I feel like it gets lost in some of this, but we have a 13-block schedule. Like many programs, we are considering an X+Y schedule. We're really interested to see what some of the studies show as the pilots are winding up. we have a very flexible, individualized curriculum during our second and third year, which allows ample time to do research, away rotations, really anything you can imagine. We don't have a night float system, but we don't do call. We have a night system. So you cover nights for the team that you are on as part of that team. So no 24 or 30-hour call. We have 25 categorical peds positions. We also have 6 med peds, 4 child neuro, and 1 pediatric genetics combination. Love getting to work with that diverse group of people. We have all the pediatric subspecialties. So if you want to explore what you might want to be when you grow up, we're a great place to do that. And just in our regular schedule, you get exposed to many of the subspecialties. We don't have tracks, much like Michelle was talking about at UAB. We have communities. It's a kinder, gentler form of track. We have social medicine and advocacy, global health, medical education, research and physician scientist track, and quality improvement. And these are longitudinal experiences that give you mentorship, clinical and research experience, really to help you become a leader in one of these areas. And this is optional. You don't have to do it. It is extra work. So it is something that we allow you to choose to do if you want. You know, I love thinking and talking about diversity initiatives. And it has been a really exciting time for me over the last week, really. We had a dinner celebrating incoming interns and faculty, and diversity dinner, which was awesome. And our assistant program director, Dr. Uchenna Anani, gave a wonderful talk on how do we bring anti-racism and diversity to the bedside in GME. And I think there were a few things that she kind of highlighted, and one of those was around, obviously, curriculum. And so one of the things that we have tried to do and have been really excited about is to introduce a health equity curriculum that focuses on structural competency and understanding the system in which we work and the systems in which we live, and how they impact our patients, and how can we bring that information and knowledge to the bedside to take the best care of patients that we can. With that, we have a task force that helps guide that curriculum. We've also developed a visiting scholar program for URIM students. We have 2 of those a year, and we encourage anybody from your all schools to apply, where you get clinical experience and also get to talk with, meet with different people across campus, and form mentorship relationships through that. We also have a LGBTQI+ residency council, a Spanish language continuity clinic, and a life coach program for our URIM residents. And I think you can go to our website on the under the diversity and inclusion tab and see a lot of the different research and QI initiatives going on that focus on social determinants of health, anti-racism, and diversity and inclusion. And quickly about Nashville, we're a diverse Southern city, large with 1.3 million, but it doesn't feel that big. It's an exciting place to be with a lot of growth and a lot of things to do, but you can sneak off to your little neighborhoods and feel right at home. And I'm a small town girl that loves to live in Nashville. So you can kind of get the best of both worlds. And I don't know if we have any time, Glory. Am I over?
Yes.
Yes. You're like, stop talking. Okay. Sorry, Rebecca and Devon.
That's okay. Thank you so much to every program representative that has joined us tonight. All right, so that's the end of the presentation. So now it's time for question and answer. So if this is to our applicants, so if you have any question for any particular program or for all programs, now is the time for you to ask. Feel free to unmute yourself if you have a question. Go for it.
Come on, applicants. This is the time. Got to set yourself apart. It starts now.
No
so
pressure.
This is gonna be a question for each program, I guess. How do you guys approach, like, if a resident or one of their spouses like gets pregnant during training, and kind of dealing with that in the schedule?
We could start with University of Alabama and then just go across the board. Is a question for every program, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll start from University of Alabama.
Sure. We celebrate with them first, and then we look at the schedule. We have one of our program coordinators that really understands everything about FMLA, family medical leave, and we have a 1-month parental leave that our residents can't get paid for. And then most of our residents probably take 8 to 10 to 12 weeks off. Our residents are great having each other's back and readily cover for whatever's needed. So we celebrate family.
All right, any other program can answer, any program can answer. It doesn't have to be like, yeah. If anyone has anything.
I'll just say, much like Dr. Nichols and UAB, we celebrate first, give a lot of hugs, put pictures up on doors, and then make sure that you or your spouse or your friend or whoever it is supported, and with time off and you know, a lot of support from residents and faculty, and PEDS is a fairly family friendly place. So I think the biggest thing is knowing that you would be supported and have the time off that you need. And each of those situations is different, right? It's all individual. And so we would talk with you and figure out what's best for your family.
Awesome.
I can go next. And, you know, this is Dr. Baga, UT Memphis. So we actually have also adopted, and obviously we celebrate like everybody else. It's PEDS, so we love babies. We totally welcome and encourage, and we'll celebrate with you. But again, we realize that you also need system things to be changed, and we adopt that really well. And we have actually got this new, the AP policy that came out, the leave policy. So we actually have 6 weeks of paid, and then you can bank 3 weeks extra. And so total, you can make it up to 12 weeks. And then when they come back also, they have a rotation that they can go to, which is call free. So well baby nursery, so they can come back to protected time as well. They also have access to board review electives that they can take, which can also be call free, which we kind of used to call mommy call. And then the daddies got a little annoyed. And so now we just have taken out the mommy call and just say parent call. So it is a very protected kind of environment. And obviously this is, you know, something that we encourage people to tell early so that you can get full benefit of everything. But then the paid kind of leave that we have, that the GME has approved for us, is something you can take, like if you're pregnant after joining and deliver after joining, you can take that up to any time during. So it can also be broken up. So if you want to take some once and then some later, you can take that as well. So it's a pretty good policy for us. We've been lucky that our GME has supported that. So
yeah, that sounds amazing. Thank you for sharing, all of you.
I would just add for our Carolinas program, one of the things that we're really proud of at our institution is we have expanded what that definition looks like. So it's not only moms, it's dads, it's also adoptive parents and non-birthing parents, so same-sex families. So our parental leave policy is quite wide, and we are going up to 6 weeks in accordance with the new guidelines that are coming out. And Dr. Hannigan is actually, I think, still on paternity leave. Congratulations. And he is also our director for our individualized curriculum. And so does a lot of work with our residents on kind of the beginning and the back end to be sure that they're supported kind of at the end of their pregnancy if they are the birthing parent, and when they come back to be able to have a very flexible experience.
I would say the same for us at UF Jacksonville, same thing. We give 6 weeks of leave, and then we work with the residents to accommodate any other leave that needs that they may have. And it's the same thing. It's not just for moms to be, but also for dads. And you can also use that the same leave if you have other medical needs or anything else, taking care of you're a caregiver for a sick parent. So that it's very, very flexible. And you still, apart from those 6 weeks, you still have your 3 weeks of vacation also during the year that you can also use. So, again, we try to work with the residents to, be able to accommodate what's best for them.
That's great. And yeah, it is peds. So I know we're all happy with babies, but it's really nice to hear that it's a supportive environment across the board. Thank you all.
All right. So we have a question that came in. Thank you so much for that response. We have a question that came in anonymously. So the person is asking, how do programs support individuals with disabilities?
Again, I think that's something that is individualized, depending on what the disability is, what the needs of the individual are. Do they need, time off for specific things? So it really is very dependent on what the condition is. We've had residents in our program with chronic medical conditions, other things, family with extenuating circumstances. So it really, you have to tailor it based on individual circumstances, and I think we certainly do that.
Yeah, I think this is I'm sorry, and this is a case where our size, with only 12 residents a year, and a big hospital where all of our services, many of our services are duplicated. We have the luxury of our residents have the ability to miss a day of a rotation to really do whatever they need. So I think we do a really good job of making sure that our residents can get to any appointment and can get any time off that they need. And having 12 residents a year, I think we're able to keep a close eye on our residents and make sure that they're able to do everything they need to do to succeed.
Yeah, I think just echoing what everyone is saying, I think you'll find similar themes. We all have the same mission, obviously. That's why we are all doing this. And but again, individualized need, like Dr. Mirza was saying, for learning disability, there is a lot of support system within the College of Medicine, and where we can, refer and get them to get help if they need, for example, additional time for testing. Then we have the ability to also help facilitate that. So whatever the need might be, we will accommodate according to that. So.
All right. We have some questions on the chat, but does anyone want to come on video and ask any question? No? Okay. So someone is asking in the chat, how are the programs planning to incorporate the program signaling component of the new supplemental ERAS application in their interview selection process? And we could go from University of Alabama and then to Atrium Health across the board.
Honestly, at UAB, this is very new for us, so I'm not exactly sure how we are going to incorporate it. I think it is going to be difficult. I'm a person that loved the in-person because I think bringing people to Birmingham was really instrumental in our recruitment. But I think, if we have applicants that are very similar, but they signal us that they're very interested in us, I think that would probably give them the nod if we had people that were very much alike. We haven't really worked through how we're actually going to, screen people that do signal us. We'll be flattered if they do. But we also hope that some probably that don't signal us will still be people that we can meet because then they can find out how great UAB and Birmingham is.
From Atrium Health Carolinas, I think it's going to be really tempting to stop using that signal after the invite, but that's the task that we've been given, and we're going to do that. I think signaling is going to help the applicants who are maybe on the fringes. So if you have any questions in your application, I think signaling is going to help you get an interview if you are outside of our traditional geographic range. Although we've had residents from the West Coast, from I think every state, we tend to be geographically, most of our residents attend medical school in the Southeast or on the East Coast. So if you're applying from California and you signal us, I think that's going to carry a lot of weight versus if you're applying from in-state and you signal us, I don't know how much that's really going to help you. So those are the two reasons. Those are the two populations I think that signaling is going to help, is the people who are geographically from further away and the people who have questions in their application.
I would echo. Sorry, go ahead.
No, please go for it.
I would just echo what's already been said. I think this is a very new process for all of us, just like it is for the applicants. So I think as the interview season rolls on, I guess we'll see what this means. I also agree that if there are people who have maybe something, that stands out as a red flag in the application that might, help them, or if they are coming from a geographic area where we typically don't get applicants from. But I think we will all learn as this process unfolds, because it's as new for us as it is for the applicants.
Yeah, I think echoing that as well, I will take guidance from our medicine program, had very successful signaling match last year. So I'm going to take some guidance from that. I will tell if there are we have asked our UT students to not signal us, and we are just going to assume interest. So I think if they're on the call, they don't have to stress too much. And I think the process will just sort of declare itself for a lot of us. So if you're intimidated by it, so are we. I think the one thing I will say that from what I learned from, at least from the medicine, talking to colleagues on the other side, is do not overthink the supplemental application too much. A lot of it is duplication. Don't stress too much about it. You can tell I'm like a well-being person. It's okay. Like if there's additional things, like people have guided you that you really want to explain, or a particular reason where you want to show that you want to come to a region, then you probably want to use that. Or if you've had something that you've overcome that you have not put in your personal statement, that's a chance to put it perhaps, that you want to really have us highlight that. But I think apart from that, it is a lot of it seems as a duplication of your original application, and you should just not stress too much about it, I would say.
Okay. So does anyone have any other questions? Any final questions? Because soon the breakout room. Oh, you have a question? Go for it.
Yeah. Can the programs share if they have decided if they're doing in-person interviews or virtual interviews?
Hi, Nicole. Good to see you. Yeah. So we are virtual only.
Same for Vanderbilt, virtual only.
Yes, we'll be doing virtual only too.
Yes, this is recommended by our pediatric program directors committee. We also will be doing virtual only.
Same for Atrium.
Thank you.
All right, someone, Alexa, you raised your hand. You have a question?
Hi, I'm Alexa. My question is about second looks. If your program does them, does it look good or bad? Because I've heard mixed signals from everyone.
I can take that one for Vanderbilt. We don't historically do second looks. You can do them. They're not recommended. Because of the virtual process this year, we're considering doing them, but we would not do them until our rank list is turned in. So if you were to do a second look, you would be assured that it would not have any impact either way on your ranking, which it shouldn't anyway, but we would want to take that kind of worry away.
Same for Atrium.
Yeah, same for us.
Yeah,
We will
same.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Sorry. Any final questions from anyone before we go back to the main room?
Like that you're happy doing this.
All right, so I have a question for all programs. How does your program help residents who come into your program and are undecided on a career path in pediatrics? Anyone can go for it.
Can you repeat that? Like what?
All right, sorry. How does your program help residents who come into, like residents that are in your program and are undecided on a career path in pediatrics, if they're going to go into general medicine or subspecialize?
So I'm a big believer that you'll decide the path will come to you as you get clinical experiences. And my job is to give you those experiences through the diverse patient. And I guess it's true for everybody. Like I think residency is part of exploring those experiences and, you know, going to different rotations and like deciding what you like and not like, but also immersing yourself in that moment, in that time, in those experiences so that you can make a good decision for yourself and for all of us as leaders to help you with those decisions. But I think without those experiences, I don't expect people to come in knowing. People do come in knowing, and once in a while they stick around and just do what they have thought, but you're not born knowing you want to be an ID doctor, or like I didn't know that. I had to do an elective twice. So I don't expect people to know that. I think people change their mind also, and some people know it and some don't. So I think we just give you those experiences and help guide you through that so you make good decisions for yourself and support you even if you change your mind or if you don't.
Yes, agree. Completely agree with that.
I think everyone should be a pediatric hospitalist. But if you don't want to be a pediatric hospitalist in Charlotte, that's okay. So
just do ID then.
During your clinic months, we do give our residents the opportunity to go to different subspecialty clinics and get like a couple of half days in different clinics, which is good for that exposure. And then we have one elective during the intern year, in addition to a few assigned subspecialties that all of our interns experience, so that between inpatient and your subspecialty experiences and having those opportunities in clinic, you have pretty good exposure in that first year.
I'll just add.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. We keep doing that. I'm so sorry, Michelle. I think the only thing I'll add in addition to clinical experiences, just real quickly, is the importance of mentorship and advising. And so I think just having somebody to kind of talk that through and kind of bounce ideas off of. And so we have intern mentors who aren't necessarily career mentors, but kind of help point you in that direction once you get an idea of what you might want to do. And so I think, layers of mentorship throughout residency can help with that decision too. Ultimately, I agree with Bindia. It is your decision and you have to figure it out. Sometimes you need a little help pushing you down a path, encouraging you that it's okay. And so I think that's important as well.
And I think like everyone else has said, there are layers. And so when our people first come in and they have an elective their intern year, they'll oftentimes talk with our chiefs about what they're interested in. The chiefs will point them in direction, but you also meet with your program director every 6 months. And you also have a mentor match in your first year midway through, and you can request, a mentor who is in a field that you are interested in. Then we have career development sessions 6 times a year. So if you're more looking towards Gen Peds, you'll go to those. If you're more looking towards subspecialty, you'll go to those, and you can jump back and forth. And then we just talk about general things about, what each one entails, how you find a job, what you should be looking for, what life is like as a general pediatrician or as a subspecialist. So those seem to help throughout the years.
Thank you. All right, so I hope we have time. We have 2 more questions, and then we are going to call it a night. All right, so someone is asking, in the virtual only interview landscape, what are some of the things or tips applicants can do or have done in recent years that help programs determine whether applicants are a good fit? And any program can go for this, any program representative.
All right, fast hitting tips: know your story, be yourself, make sure your internet works, and make sure I can hear you. And those are that's it. That's all you need to do.
I agree. I think I'll just add to that, if you've written things in your CV, then that are meaningful, then, you will be asked about that. Don't ignore the hobby section. That's a great conversation starter. I will always go to that. I think most people do that too. Like, you want to know people as who they are. We know that for us, it's like you're ruled in when you're coming in to meet us virtually. So after that, it's a lot of like personality matching. So hobbies go a long way. Focus on that. If you're reading, what's the last book you read?
All right, I think the breakout room is going to close in a few seconds. Thank you to every person, every applicant, every program representative that joined us. See everyone else, hopefully, if we meet on the interview trail, and have a great night. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much for having us tonight. I'm excited to share our program with everyone. I'm Lauren Newhall. I am the program director, and I just started this year after serving as associate program director for many years. So our program is in Augusta, Georgia. So we are right on the border between Georgia and South Carolina, which is a really exciting location because our catchment area includes a good bit of South Carolina and the southern part of Georgia. It's an ideal place to live for residents because low cost of living, like we already mentioned, in the Southeast, but then also, you're a really easy day trip to the mountains, to the beach, and to some bigger cities. We are housed primarily at the Children's Hospital of Georgia, which is a hospital in town where we are the highest level NICU and PICU. We also have a level 2 trauma center. That is our primary training site. Our outpatient rotations are all centered there. Most of our subspecialists practice out of our medical office building, which is adjacent and connected to the hospital. We do have a smaller satellite office for some of our subspecialists, and our resident continuity experience is housed all within that clinic center as well. So it makes it very easy for residents to get back and forth between clinics and between inpatient duties. Our secondary training site is a smaller community hospital in Aiken, South Carolina. In Aiken, our residents do their newborn nursery rotations as well as some more outpatient pediatrics. There they get a more community-based practice feel. They also get a lot of delivery room experience. Our residents take nights in the hospital and they are the pediatricians on call for the hospital system. And so it's a great chance for residents to be more autonomous and to feel like they really are handling patients on their own, but with attending as backup if they need them for anything at all. We have a wide variety of experiences in our curriculum in terms of rotations, and we offer pretty much all specialties for residents to rotate in. And most recently, we've just added genetics onto our list of things that we are offering for residents this year. We encourage our residents to explore their individual interests through our individualized curriculum, including residents creating their own rotations, which is amazing. Our didactics, we've moved to an academic half-day system this year. So every Tuesday afternoon, our residents are excused from their clinical duties in order to attend with their peers. That's a mix of didactics, of board review. We base most of our teaching off of the med study, and we use med study questions as part of our board review. There's also hands-on experience, including procedures and simulation, where we utilize medical college's 40,000 square foot simulation center and their curriculum there. So that's a great opportunity for residents to get more hands-on experience in things that they might not see as much of in the hospital system. Our research curriculum is also revamped this year. So every intern entering will be assigned a research mentor, and them and their mentor will be assigned based on their interests, and they will come up with a project together. And that can be anything ranging from traditional clinical translational research all the way to quality improvement or engaging in producing episodes of our MCG Pediatric podcast. In terms of other things that we have, we are very involved with program leadership and trying to make sure our residents have everything they need. So our residents meet with program leadership once a month at our lunch with the program director. They also have the opportunity to meet with our chair once a month at house staff breakfast. Our chair was our former program director. She served as our program director for 20 years before taking on her new role. So you're not going to find a program director or a chair more dedicated to the program and to resident education than they're going to find at the medical college. And I think that's all I have.
Thank you, Dr. Newhall. Next, we have Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, Dr. Hopkins.
Hello, my name is Akshata Hopkins, and I'm the program director at Johns Hopkins All Children's. It is a coincidence that my name is similar. And I am joined today also by Dawn Jones, my partner in crime, and she's our program coordinator who has been here since the really the beginning of our program. So we're newish in the sense that we graduated our first class in 2017. We're located in St. Petersburg, Florida. What I wanted to share was just some unique pieces to our program. We're truly mission driven. And in addition to, and I think you'll hear like all of our programs, right? Like you're going to get an incredible pediatric experience at all of our programs. And so the flavor kind of our program is to also train the next generation of leaders, of pediatric leaders, whether that's in clinical care, research, advocacy, and we've really worked with the institution and the community to be education focused and really kind of prioritizing your learning as who you are as a person. And that's sort of how we also integrate diversity and how we think about our residents and our team. And so we really look forward to getting to know our residents as people and hearing your stories and your journey and your passions and kind of helping you structure your experience to both meet your requirements and then also really be intentional and creative with your time, with your individualized time, with your electives, so that you can grow into that whole self for that next chapter for you. So some pieces of our curriculum that I wanted to highlight is, first, we are Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. We are a separate, we are integrated system with Johns Hopkins in Baltimore, but we are a separate program. So it's a separate ERAS, it's a separate program completely. We have 6-week blocks in it, which is different than traditional 4-week rotations. And so there's 6-week blocks or 3 and 3. Our continuity clinic is right on site. And so that adds like a really interesting and way of having continuity with your patients, even from the hospital to being able to follow them up, seeing them in the nursery and having them kind of follow up with you from neonate. In addition, with our 6-week blocks, we have 6 weeks dedicated time to scholarship, which also really incorporates kind of career development and exploration, and that's every year. We have a dedicated rotation director who is really passionate and really leads that experience. We have a simulation center, and the way that we've incorporated sim and our noon conferences. So the didactics, especially in like PICU, NICU, and in the ED, is incorporated within the rotations. So that every time you're on PICU once a week, you have dedicated time where you'll get didactics and simulation, and then you get to practice it right then and there. And we use the sim center in different ways throughout the year as well. One other piece that I think is really unique to us is that we have dedicated protected programming. So we have a 2-week for the first year's leadership training in the fall, and 1 week for the second years and the third years. And that's where we talk about all the other things that go into being a physician, business of medicine, ethical principles, learning about QI and patient safety, diagnostic errors, and
if you ask any of the residents, one of the things they'll say, like, I love LEAD, and it's really just getting to know who you are. You get to learn about your colleagues, you get to learn the faculty, and you get to learn, what are the values that you have that you want to see as you kind of grow professionally and personally. And the way that we follow with that, it's 2 weeks, but through the year we meet in small learning communities, and it's the same for all 3 years. And so that's really unique and something that has been extremely rewarding, and the residents really, really love it. And then with that, I would like to pass it on to Dawn to kind of talk about the individualized experience, and then a little bit about St. Pete.
I love the individualized elective rotation, and I'm so blessed to be able to be part of that curriculum development. The individualized elective rotation really gives residents that opportunity during their second and third year to bring their individualized learning plan to life. So your career, your medical knowledge goals, your professional and personal interests, and your wellness interests all get to come to life during that time. What makes it really unique for us is we have a dedicated rotation director for that, and she meets with all of the residents to ensure that they have a preceptor, that they have goals and objectives for that rotation, but most importantly, that aligns with their individualized learning plan. I was born and raised in St. Petersburg. We're surrounded by water. If you look at the map of Florida, we're on the West Coast. We're that little piece of land that looks like a uvula. So year round, you can be on the water, whether it's boating, kayaking, paddleboarding, swimming. We have professional sports teams. We have the Buccaneers, the Rowdies, the Lightning, and the Devil Rays, the Rays. And we have a wonderful nightlife. We have fantastic art museums here, music, and fantastic food. And right now it's Logan fruit season. So I live by the fruits here. So that's when you know what the seasons are. Thank you all so much for this time with you.
Great to meet you guys.
Thank you, Dr. Hopkins, and thank you, Dawn. And next, we have University of Arkansas for Medical Sciences at Arkansas Children's, Dr. Perrin.
Hi there, I'm Becca Perrin. I am also a new program director along with Dr. Newhall after being an associate program director for the last several years, and I'm excited to step into the role. And I'm really happy to be here to share with you more about our great program. And I'm joined by Emily Stotts, our wonderful program coordinator, who has been with us for several years and really so much of the heart and soul of our program. Arkansas Children's Hospital is really special because we are a freestanding children's hospital, yet we're also connected with our university hospital just a couple miles away, and that's the University of Arkansas for Medical Sciences. The Children's Hospital is a large freestanding children's hospital, level 1 trauma center with a level 4 NICU, a PICU, a CVICU, and our residents get to have experiences and all of those sort of tertiary care level care for children, which is really exciting. And we, along with a smaller sister children's hospital up in Northwest Arkansas, really are the only children's hospital in the state. And that means we are a huge referral center. So we get to see everything and everyone, children from all different backgrounds, racial, ethnic, socioeconomic, private insurance, uninsured Medicaid insurance. So it's really a wonderful experience. And that also means our trainees and our faculty come from a wide variety of backgrounds. All specialties of care are also represented here. We have a number of fellowship programs, but a really great relationship between the learning experience that our residents get and the balance and interaction that they have among fellows and the faculty. We have a more typical traditional month-long rotation schedule. And this year we are excited to implement academic half days as part of our didactic education. We continue to have our noon conference every day, a morning report 4 days a week, and subspecialty didactics woven into all of our core rotations. The academic half day has been an opportunity for us to really focus on scholarship, including quality improvement, research and evidence-based medicine, teamwork, advocacy, and DEI initiatives. So we are really excited to see our academic programming get infused with some creativity, some energy, and our residents are really excited for the level of engagement, the faculty support when it comes to individual resident research projects, scholarship projects, and the initiation actually of our residency-wide quality improvement project, which we're pretty excited about. Newly, we're also working towards some diversity initiatives and have launched a faculty mentorship group, as well as incorporating the holistic review into our recruitment process and including your residents and faculty engagement in committees and making sure that we are incorporating that both with the patients that we serve and the trainees that get their education here. So we are excited about that. Little Rock, as a note, is a wonderful, wonderful place. I'm not originally from Arkansas and was immediately drawn to the area. We're the natural state in Arkansas. And so we have tons of outdoor activities. If you're a hiker, biker, canoeer, camper, there is so much beauty here, so much to do and see. And of course, if you're not into those things at all, there's great restaurants and museums and cultural attractions too. But hopefully we can get you in on the outdoorsy stuff too.
Thank you, Dr. Perrin. Next, we have EVMS, Dr. Devlin.
Hi, everyone. I am Sinez Devlin. I'm the program director at Eastern Virginia Medical School, Children's Hospital of the King's Daughters. We are located in Norfolk, Virginia. Our hospital, our residents primarily do all of their clinical training at CHKD. We are located about 30 minutes from Virginia Beach. So our residents really enjoy being close to the ocean. Many of them actually live in Virginia Beach and really take full advantage of all of the wonderful outdoor activities that there are to do here. We are also a freestanding children's hospital in Virginia. We are a level 1 trauma center. We have a level 4 NICU and state-of-the-art PICU. We have very minimal fellows at our program, and so our residents really do get a very hands-on experience. They get to work directly with our attendings. They are really managing patients. They're getting to do all of the procedures and really not competing with any other learners. The feedback we typically get from our graduates is that they really feel prepared when they leave the program to go to fellowship, to go into general pediatric practice, because they do get a lot of that good patient ownership. We're fortunate we do have all of the specialties at the hospital, so our residents do get a really robust experience. They get to see the whole breadth of pediatrics, from the bread and butter to the really sick, complex patients, and get to learn how to manage all of those types of patients. We newly built a new children's pavilion on our campus. It's about a 5-minute walk from the main hospital. Our new children's pavilion is where our residents now do their continuity clinic. It's a beautiful new space. It also houses our new 60-bed pediatric inpatient psychiatric facility. So we, through this process, have really expanded our mental health services, not only for our community, but I think for the entire region, it's this new mental health facility is really going to take kids of all ages, even kids with medical comorbidity. So we're really excited about that. We've brought on, we now have over 15 child and adolescent psychiatrists that are within our faculty, and our residents are really getting really robust education on how to manage mental health disorders within pediatric patients. So we're really excited to be able to bring that education for them, because we think that that is a skill that all pediatricians will need moving forward. Last year, we did transition our schedule to an X+Y scheduling model, which our residents have really enjoyed. We've gotten really great feedback, and it's been really great since they do their continuity clinic now in a separate building. They have full days of continuity clinic, and that works out really well for them. We have morning and noon conference, morning report, and then noon didactics that are led by our faculty. This past year, we also developed a dedicated primary care curriculum that's taught over the 3 years longitudinally in our Y block. This is mainly small group teaching of the Y block residents. And so over the 3 years, they do get an additional just dedicated primary care curriculum. We do have a longitudinal professional development curriculum as well that also houses our leadership curriculum. We think it's really important to teach all of our residents those leadership skills that they're going to need as physicians in the future. So we do have a lot of great highlights in our curriculum. Norfolk and Virginia Beach, it's a great place to live. Like everybody else has mentioned, a lot of great outdoor activities. The cost of living is phenomenal. Our residents really can live walking distance to the hospital. There are many who choose to do that and not have a commute, and then others who live in Virginia Beach and really want to enjoy being so close to the ocean. So it's really whatever our residents would like to do. We have a lot of outdoor activities, really phenomenal restaurants. I was blown away when I came here with how great the food is, and our residents rave about it. And so just a really fun place to live, lots of festivals, lots of fun things to do on their off time. Our residents do, about half will pursue fellowship and about half will go into general pediatrics. We do have really excellent fellowship match rates, so we're really proud of that. And then we have newly formed in the last couple of years a DEI committee that has really brought forth a lot of great initiatives to the program. Their 4 main focuses are on education and developing a curriculum, mentorship, recruitment, and community outreach. So we've really brought a lot of great elements to the institution as well as to the program.
Thank you, Dr. Devlin. Next, we have ECU, Dr. Leonard.
I'm Inga Aikman. I'm one of the associate program directors at ECU Brody School of Medicine Pediatric Residency Program. I'm representing Dr. Leonard this evening. So we're located in Greenville, North Carolina. We are the, only tertiary referral center for pediatric care in Eastern North Carolina. So east of I-95, we're the referral center. Our children's hospital, the James M. Conner Maynard Children's Hospital, is nested within a large academic medical center. But on the pediatric side, we see about 11,000 inpatient admissions and about 20,000 clinic visits annually. We have 4-week blocks, so it ends up being about 13 blocks per year. There's a longitudinal continuity clinic experience, so every week, regardless of what rotation you're on, if you're not on nights or not on vacation, you're seeing patients in continuity clinic. Our residents have really enjoyed this as it allows you to kind of see patients progress at each of their well child visits. So you can follow a baby from the newborn nursery up until their 12-month visit in your first year of residency. We are excited that all of our yes, it's in Greenville, North Carolina. I'm not sure why the slide says Orlando. We are.
I apologize. Yeah,
that's okay.
Typo. Yeah,
not a problem. So we're excited that all of our inpatient experiences, NICU, the inpatient wards on PICU are all on night float systems. The PICU was the final rotation to implement that this year, and our residents have really enjoyed that. And then in addition to the clinical experiences in terms of for didactics, we have academic half days that are systems based. So every month you're covering a different system, and we cycle through the content specifications for the boards on a 3-year cycle. So you should get through all the topics over the course of residency. We have clinical case conference twice a week. We also have a monthly ethics conference that's run by our chairman and the second year residents, and then a community pediatrics conference that's run by our intern class. We have 10 categorical PEDS residents per year, and then we also have a medicine pediatrics program. So there are 6 medicine pediatrics residents annually. And so that provides for a nice mix in terms of the classes. We only have a NICU fellowship at our institution for pediatrics, and so it allows residents to really have one-on-one hands-on experience along with the attending. It allows you to get first dibs on procedures and the PICU, and even in the neonatal ICU, the fellows are really encouraging residents to be at the head of the bed for resuscitations and putting in lines, etc. Some of the rotations I think are quite special for our program. So in your intern year, there is a community pediatrics rotation where you have the opportunity to really learn about Greenville, North Carolina, and the health disparities that some of our patients face there. And that really helps you to navigate the healthcare system, which we think is incredibly important. And then in your intern year, in addition to your second and third year, there's a career development rotation, which in the intern year is quite structured, but in your second and third year allows you to kind of make it your own to achieve your career development goals. Greenville, North Carolina is a really unique place to live. We are big enough city, but small enough that you have that hometown feel. We're a university town as well. There's a vibrant uptown district, a lot of wonderful restaurants, breweries. The nearest beach is about an hour and a half away. And on a weekend, you could easily make it to the west of the state to visit the mountains. So we really appreciate the opportunity to tell you a little bit about our program.
Awesome. Thank you. Again, I apologize on behalf of FPR. ECU is not in Orlando, Florida. It's in Greenville, North Carolina. But that concludes our 5-minute presentations from programs. So if attendees have any questions, feel free to unmute, or you can ask in the chat too.
I have a quick question. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. For the programs that didn't answer, I was just curious what % of your residents go on to do fellowship versus general pediatrics. I think maybe two of the programs answered, but I would be interested in knowing that. Thank you.
At the University of Arkansas, we tend to have about a third do hospital medicine, and not necessarily a hospitalist, but a job in a hospital. And then a third go into fellowship and a third go into private practice. Where those numbers tend to change is that hospitalist stays about the same, but the fellowships will go up and the private practice goes down. But generally speaking, if you look over about a 5-year period, it's about 1/3 for each of those 3 categories.
For Johns Hopkins All Children's, since 2017, if I kind of look at general, like every class is a little bit different, but overall it's about 60% that go into fellowship and about 40% that go into general pediatrics.
Yeah, at ECU, we're about 50-50. Half of the graduating class goes on to fellowship and half end up doing general pediatrics.
At MCG, we're probably about 50-50 as well in terms of fellowship and private practice, or really in that 50% private practice, a good bit of those actually will end up in academics in some form or fashion.
Thank you again.
All right, I also have a question. Good evening, everyone. My name is Justina. I'm a current M4 attending AUA. I'm excited to apply this year, and thank you all so much for taking the time out to be with us and just give us information and answer our questions. So just wanted to ask, with the recent climate of mental health talk and everything that's going on, are the residents given resources to, I guess, if they need services, are they able to get that? And what kind of support do you give to your residents?
I guess I could. So during our career development rotation specifically, one of the things that we ask interns to do is to meet with our employee assistance program for a wellness check-in. It's just a way to kind of get you familiar with one of the resources that is available to you to help with that. During that rotation as well, the schedule is a little bit lighter. You have opportunities to schedule like doctor's appointments and anything else that you have kind of going on in your life. We have a resident coach that is available through our entire like graduate medical education system, that one of her specific jobs is to meet with residents who might be struggling and to help them develop strategies to help with coping with residency, which is challenging. So yeah, those are briefly 2 other resources that we have kind of embedded in the program for mental health resources.
That's a great question. I think a lot of the programs have really put a lot of time and initiative into making sure that our residents are well supported. At UAMS, we are really dedicated to resident wellness. We have an associate program director of wellness. We have a resident wellness committee that really focuses on both the positive, like preventative well work, being able to feel valued in the work that you do, and being able to take time outside of work to recharge, socialize, get involved in advocacy, things like that. And then on the flip side of things, we are deeply engaged with our resident wellness center over at the University Hospital, where we have a dedicated psychiatrist specifically for residents at the university, with a great way you can get to this person through an anonymous reporting center. You can get there by texting, emailing, all that kind of stuff. And then we've also developed a connection with our bereavement director, actually at the Children's Hospital, and with specific focus on residents who are either grieving from personal issues or just dealing with difficult patient situations.
I can answer for all children's, Johns Hopkins All Children's. We have a couple of layers for our residents' well-being and support. So first of all, they have each other. And as a program, we do a really good job at helping the resident relationship, not only with each other, but with themselves. Another layer is our small learning communities. They meet regularly, and that consists of residents from each class and faculty. Another layer is our employee assistant program. So that is for not just the residents, but their families also. We also have a dedicated resident assistant program with a direct telephone number for residents to be able to use, and that's specifically for the trainees. We also have an on-site employee assistant program counselor there that they can access to for patient care related issues, challenges. We have called RISE. I don't remember what it means, but healthcare providers in the hospital can call a RISE person who is specially trained and to help them get through that most difficult situation. We also have Schwartz rounds too, and that is a national program that we have access to. Plus we embed a lot of wellness activities, well-being and resilience activities into our curriculum.
At EVMS, we similarly have a lot of different programs. We do have a wellness committee that has resident and faculty representation. They've created a wellness curriculum that's taught to all of the residents longitudinally through the residency program. We also have on-site coaching through our GME office for all of our residents. We're currently enrolling all of our residents into a program in Virginia called Safe Haven, which is a physician-run program for physicians. It offers 24/7 access to mental health resources, professional coaching, as well as a concierge service so that our residents can get help with just all those things that they need to do day in and day out. If they're trying to go on a vacation, they help them with finding hotels and airline tickets and those things that just take a lot of time for physicians to do. So it's a really great program that we offer to all the residents. We have Support You, which is a second victims support network for all of our residents, and program leadership as well as peer supporters are all educated on Support You. So if you are managing a difficult patient outcome or a challenging anything that you faced, we have peer supporters there on site to help all of the residents. And then we also have resident debriefs that are embedded within our didactics that are run by our pain and palliative care physician. And that's an opportunity for all of our residents to debrief on any challenging patient outcomes that they've had that they really need to talk about. And it's a great peer support network as well. We do embed days off during the week as well on all of our inpatient rotations so that our residents can easily make any type of appointments, personal care needs, so that they have time off during the week to be able to do those things, because it can be a little bit harder on inpatient schedules to be able to do that. So that's a new change that we implemented this year.
At MCG, we have curriculum throughout our own curriculum structure, and then also through our hospital-wide residency curriculum. We have the opportunity for counseling services through the University System of Georgia. So residents can contact that and will be hooked up with a counselor and have someone to talk to. They're intended for more acute kind of short-term needs. And then if longer-term needs are identified, they will help residents identify the sources of support that they need going forward, whether they need psychiatry or other counseling services. They'll help plug the residents in to those services.
Thank you. I actually have another question. Are there opportunities for advocacy and community engagement at your program? And whoever wants to jump in can jump in. If not, I'll ask Dr. Perrin first.
Glad you asked me. In addition to being the program director, I'm the director for our advocacy rotation. So this is certainly an area of personal passion for me. We are lucky that we dedicate a month out of the second year of residency to focus on child advocacy, and that we work with over 20 community organizations over the course of the month. But we also really value advocacy as a longitudinal experience throughout all 3 years. We kick off our intern orientation with a community bus tour where we don't just get to know a little tour about Little Rock, we also understand how social determinants of health, race and racism in the history of our community has really impacted health inequity and health disparities across our community. And I think that really sets the tone for how we take care of patients over the next 3 years and provides a lot of context. Beyond that, our residents can be involved in our advocacy committee and can also weave in social determinants of health screening throughout all 3 years, adverse childhood experience screening throughout all 3 years. And we're extra fortunate that we can literally see the state capitol from our hospital and are involved in policy initiatives as well.
That's awesome. Can I ask Dr. Hopkins next?
No, thank you. We have it in different layers as far as advocacy. This year, we similarly, really focused on the elements of like our community health needs assessment. And so starting with the intern orientation of doing a bus tour, windshield tour, and one of the elements that we really focus on kind of throughout when we're talking about our patients is why this patient, why now? And really trying to embed that concept into our even everyday kind of conversations and patient interactions. And that goes into looking into your social determinants of health and really understanding those elements. And so we integrated in those fashions. And then over the course of the year, longitudinally, we have lectures as well as morning report sessions on how to speak to your legislature, for example. Many of our residents are involved, in the AAP at the Florida level, as well as at the national level. We have a very, very active advocacy council. I think one of my favorite things that is done is every year in the springtime, we have an advocacy week. And the topic that they choose is usually the topic that the AAP has chosen in the fall to be the what they're going to focus on. And so they have a budget. It's resident led really, and they have faculty support and program support on how to do it. And it initially started where it was just grassroots and it was just our program, and then it grew to a little bit bigger, and now it's the community comes in and it's more of an institution thing, and we have grand rounds and everything is kind of focused on that. We try to teach them how to advocate in different ways. So whether it be in the legislature, right? Or I think just yesterday we had our program business meeting, or the other day, and residents were incorporating how to do the phone calls. How do you write an email? Little things that we can do. And so, yeah, it's embedded in all different ways. And we do in LEAD, like I talked about earlier in that 2-week session, we talk a lot about health equity, understanding the community health needs assessment, and really understanding kind of cultural competency and moving forward. So thank you.
That's great. Thank you. If anyone else wants to jump in, feel free. If we have any other questions, they can also be asked.
I do have a question. Hi. Can I go?
Of course.
Yeah, nice to meet you all. My name is Gabriel. I'm a graduate from Brazil. And my question is, how are residents evaluated throughout residency? Are they evaluated throughout feedback? Do we have to take any tests? Or I don't know, how are we evaluated? Thank you.
I can jump in. Feedback and evaluations is just so important, right? That's how you get from one step to the next step. All of us have shifted to milestones 2.0. I know that, right? And so there are evaluations in that sense. What we've always tried to continue to work on, and it's always a work in progress of kind of doing feedback right in the moment. I think that's the best way. And so face-to-face feedback is really what we are always shooting for and striving for, as well as then you get kind of written evaluations and you meet, you have several layers with a, so you have your PAC group, which is the small learning community, but you also meet in, you have formal meetings where you talk about those evaluations and you talk about where you are on the trajectory with your milestones and how you can get to your next goal. And so those are just some ways. I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, we're pretty similar as well. We try to do, real-time feedback in the moment when you're on service or in the clinic. And then there are monthly evaluations that are usually completed by faculty, but also by your peers as well. So your senior residents at our program provide written feedback for you in addition to faculty. And sometimes that peer evaluation is just as important to give you kind of tips or strategies to improve. We have similar biannual meetings with residents, more of like a summative evaluation where we go over all of your rotation evaluations, and as well a work in progress for us. We're a little bit better at doing it in our continuity clinic where you get a 360 evaluation. So we try to get parents and nurses to provide feedback to you in the clinic setting as well. So yeah, those are some of the things that we try to implement. Tests, so everybody has to take the in-training exam every year. And so you get feedback about that. At our program, we have, or our program director emeritus kind of meets with each resident to go over their in-training exam results. And we have study mentors that help you to develop study plans based on your ITE results. So there's always ongoing evaluation and feedback.
Hi, I'm Katie from Ecuador. I'm an IMD from Ecuador, and I would like to ask, how does the program support the research? Thank you.
Sorry, before that gets answered, let's just make that our last question because we have to go back to the main breakout room.
So I can answer that from MCG. So we, like I said a little earlier, this year we started assigning interns research mentors when they start the program. We found that there's a lot of stress for residents in identifying scholarly activities and engaging in that was identifying somebody that they could work with. And people were a little bit lost at the beginning. So everybody is paired with somebody based on stated interest as they start residency. They'll schedule meetings throughout the year in order to establish a project and to make sure there's progress made. Also, there'll be opportunities for people to exchange and give feedback to their peers about their projects. And if there's a bump in the road, that others can help them troubleshoot those along the way. We're also very supportive as a program in terms of funding our residents to attend meetings to present their research. So you do all this hard work and then we make sure that you can get somewhere to actually show folks what you've accomplished over the course of your residency.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Niklaus.
All right, these are really awesome questions. Just want to say thank you to all the program representatives for taking the time out of their busy day to speak with all of us. I know it was really helpful, and yeah, I think we will just hang out a little bit until they close these breakout rooms and we'll go back to the main room.
So I completely want to have an associate program director of wellness in our program. That was brilliant.
One of her favorite things to do is claim a noon conference and play board games.
But that, you know what, when you assign somebody it, right, that they have ownership and they can make it, it takes off from there. But that was brilliant. Thank you for sharing that.
I would tell you what she's doing on Friday, but we have some residents that have logged on from our program, and I don't want to ruin the surprise. So they get a special treat at their academic half day on Friday.
That's awesome. I think we just have a few more breakout rooms finishing up their last question.
Sadly, I will turn off the music shortly. Okay, great. It looks like we're getting most everybody back from the breakout rooms. I hope that that all went well and that you got some great information, had some good conversations and learned a lot. So I'll put this slide up. I just want to say a huge thank you to all the program directors who are here and who took the time out of busy schedules, I'm sure, and all the program representatives to come and speak with us about your programs and share all this great information. There is a QR code here on the screen. It links to a survey that we're having both attendees of the event and program directors and program representatives fill out. It just helps us improve these events for next year. You can tell us what you like, what you didn't like. We'd love if everyone could do that. And outside of that, program directors and program reps who did the breakout rooms, you're free to go. If you are a resident and joining us for the resident happy hour, we'd love to keep you, so please stay. And I'll give everyone a moment to do that. And thank you again.